stories. I got a lot for you. We'll start with this. Scott Disick and Amelia Gray Hamlin have officially split up. According to Us Weekly, Amelia was the one who ended things, an insider said. The 38-year-old Disick and the 20-year-old Hamlin.
Disgusting.
Were first linked in October, much to the horror of the social media observers who decreed their age gap. Her parents reportedly had their doubts, too, but the pair seemed to be going strong until a DM from Disick to Eunice Benjima was leaked by Benjima.
That Benjima.
Disick had slammed his on-again, off Kourtney, Kardashian, of course, ongoing PDA with boyfriend Travis Barker. She had posted a shot of herself wearing a T-shirt that read, "Don't you have a girlfriend?" But the split wasn't related to the message Scott said about Kourtney, the source says. This breakup was coming regardless. A second insider says they're both taking it in stride.
You know what? The parents, so Lisa Rinna and Harry Hamlin, handled it, I think, pretty well because they didn't come out at the beginning full-blown objecting because they knew that would only fortify her commitment to be with him. Mm-hmm. So they sort of let it deteriorate. And once they started to see punctures in the relationship, then they started being a little bit more candid about what they thought about Scott Disick.
So she posted a shot on social media that read, "Never settle for less, not with your jobs, your friends, and especially with your heart. Continue to seek what you are looking for and do not shrink yourself for the sake of other people.
She's so wise.
You deserve the best." Nick had pulled up the Instagram account of Lisa Rinna, and man, she blew up her lips again big time. You remember she backed off of that for a while?
Yeah.
But her body is outstanding.
She's in phenomenal shape.
She's in excellent shape.
Here's the deal, Preston. She's one of the Real Housewives. Mm-hmm. So if you do not have kayaks for lips, you look like an anomaly.
I guess so, right?
Yeah,
you look like a freak.
You look like a freak.
Went right back into it, and doesn't even care, and they're giant all of the time.
Right.
Oh, that's just
I'd love to have one episode where all those Real Housewives sit down and eat a lemon.
Yeah. Yes, the Unreal Housewives, none of them real.
Yeah.
I mean, I think us collectively hate that, but there have to be people listening right now who love
like
those
it.
lips.
California.
Yeah.
L.A. If you go there, Preston, you clearly remember when we went to that function, that industry function. We're at the W Hotel in Los Angeles, and if you looked around, there were a ton of people, like even in the airport, LAX.
But Casey, you're right. I would like to hear because I don't know a male who has ever said, "Oh my gosh, her lips look amazing, all filled up like that."
Right.
Like the women say it.
Yeah.
You know, like I want that, or I like what she has. But I don't think I've ever heard someone say, "Wow, that's so attractive, that fake lip."
Yeah, I think we're just dealing with it.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're just, they're going to be that way. All right, anyhow, maybe we'll find out. We'll have to explore that at some point. Kylie announced Tuesday on Instagram that she is pregnant with her second child.
It's the best way to work on a relationship.
The 24-year-old is already a mother to 3-year-old Stormy Webster. The minute-and-a-half-long Instagram video, which is captioned with a heart emoji, a pregnant belly emoji as well, begins with what appears to be a positive pregnancy test, and then shows her and boyfriend Travis Scott taking their daughter to the doctor's office for Jenner's ultrasound. Also featured is what appears to be the moment that Kylie tells her mother, Chris, that she is pregnant. Webster gives her grandmother an envelope with photos of an ultrasound, and she writes, "Stormy, we're going to have a baby," or she says, "Stormy, we're going to have a baby." And she says, "This is one of the happiest days of my life." The video includes clips of Jenner's stomach, as well as what appear to be scenes from the star's 24th birthday, which was on August 10th. No other details were released. ET Online reported last month that Jenner was pregnant, with one source telling them at the time that she loves being pregnant and enjoyed her last pregnancy out of the public
I'm
eye.
online now.
You're what?
ET Online.
ET is online now.
So the status of this relationship is that they're not solely they're not monogamous, right? They're not married, but they see other people. Is that the last iteration that made the news?
I guess.
Yeah, that they can be with other people, but obviously this is something that they're doing as well.
Yep.
It's like a hobby.
The Webster, I didn't hear that name before. Is that her middle name?
The baby's Stormy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this baby's
Stormy
name is going to be
Webster.
Gary Coleman Jenner.
So anyhow, she's pregnant again. Kendall Jenner and her NBA beau, Devin Booker, have taken their relationship to the next level. They celebrated their one-year anniversary on a romantic trip to Italy and shared outtakes on social media. The 25-year-old captioned the photos limoncello. Jenner can be seen lounging by the water with longtime friend Phi Kadra.
Phi Kadra?
Eating delicious pasta and, of course, taking a romantic sunset stroll with Booker.
Isn't that Admiral Akbar's son?
I think so.
Phi Kadra. I always think it was something that like Sherlock Holmes would say, like Phi Kadra.
Jennifer also
Follow the trail of Phi Kadra.
gave him a shout-out on her Instagram story where she posted a photo of them embracing the water. No, embracing by the water.
I was like, I can't.
How do you do that?
I can't hug it. It keeps falling through my arms. Why did you make me hug the river? It's so stupid.
That's what they do, man. They try to do the impossible.
All right, now kiss the clouds. I can't. They're up too high.
This was sad news because from the world of Tiger King, I actually liked this guy. Eric Cowie, one of the zookeepers featured on Tiger King, unfortunately has died. Law enforcement sources say that Cowie's body was found Friday in New York City. Apparently a friend found him face down in the bedroom of a residence after a follow-up story. They found out that he was in town visiting a friend at her apartment where he was found dead. Investigating officers learned that Eric used alcohol excessively and a large bottle of vodka was found at the scene. But they need to do toxicology tests to find out exactly what happened. So this is a guy, I know I say the guy with the missing teeth, and you can say, okay, that doesn't really tell me much, but he had really long hair. He was always wearing sunglasses. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're looking at a picture of him, and he had several missing teeth. But he seemed to be one of the most genuine of the group that really cared about the animals.
That's what I remember.
And that's the reason he was there. He's like, I just want to spend time with these magnificent animals, you know?
And wasn't he the one that sort of revealed some of the information, like the food that they were feeding them, where they were getting it?
He was one of them.
I think you're right.
Pizzas that were made. I think he kind of like spoke the truth a little bit.
Yeah, the food that they were serving was stuff that had been thrown out by other places.
And in fact, he was often cited as the head keeper of Joe Exotic's big cats, and even stuck around to work at the zoo after Joe got thrown into prison. Speaking of that, Cowie testified against Joe, saying that he'd seen Joe order some of the zoo animals to be shot and killed, which contributed to his conviction. Cowie said before showing up on Joe's doorstep, he was apparently at the end of his rope. He admitted to a one-time drinking problem, but denied any other drug use or addiction. Despite his appearance, people had speculated that he might have used meth due to his bad teeth, but he shot that down and attributed it to old age. By the way, he was 53 when he died. I'm 53. I still have all my teeth.
Right, yeah.
So anyhow... funny enough, though, he got his teeth fixed really nice post Tiger King because I guess they got some money for that.
Sure. We're looking at a picture of him post Tiger King. He's got a fine set of chompers.
Much better. Like many other Tiger King stars, Cowie had run into some legal trouble, though. Earlier this year, he got busted for DUI in Oklahoma following a car accident. He pleaded guilty and was supposed to be sentenced shortly thereafter. However, he never showed up to court. So an arrest warrant was issued. It was uncleared where he had gone, but obviously he landed in the Big Apple, and unfortunately he passed away at 53. So we'll see if there's a follow-up to that. Britney Spears' father, Jamie Spears, has filed a petition to end her conservatorship after 13 years, marking a huge victory for Britney in her years-long fight to regain control of her estate and life.
I wonder if this confuses her because she thinks, was I the one? Who's behind all this?
In a court filing, Jamie directly references his daughter's testimony at court hearings over the summer, writing, Ms. Spears has told this court that she wants control of her life back without the safety rails of a conservatorship. She wants to be able to make decisions regarding her own medical care, deciding when, where, and how often to get therapy. The petition goes on to acknowledge Britney's wishes to, quote, control the money she has made from her career and spend it without supervision or oversight, and be able to get married and have a baby if she so chooses. In the filing, Jamie also admits that Britney is entitled to have, quote, this court now seriously consider whether this conservatorship is no longer required. Britney's lawyer, Matthew Rosengart, said in a statement that this development marks a legal victory and vindication for the singer, while also noting that Mr. Spears believes that he can try to avoid accountability and justice, including sitting for a sworn deposition and answering other discovery under oath. Rosengart added that, quote, we will also continue to explore all options. But that is a big deal right there in her world.
How good is this lawyer? Look at how quickly all this stuff happened after securing this lawyer. Everything she wanted has turned around in her favor.
Yeah, yep, exactly. So,
and the guy doesn't even have a cowboy hat.
Not at all. He's a non-cowboy hat lawyer. He's one of the few. So Brielle Bierman, I had to look up who this person is. She is on a show called Don't Be Tardy. And she was also on E! News, but the main reason I bring her up, so some people, she's got a career in entertainment, but she's on the road to recovery after double jaw surgery.
Oh, my God. Why?
Yeah, so she shared her journey on social media. She wrote, so I had double jaw surgery on August 23rd to correct my TMJ and my 9mm overjet overbite.
Double jaws therapy.
Alongside a series of photos taken during and after the procedure.
So what you're dealing with here, Preston, I mentioned a while ago, Burt Reynolds years ago had an issue where he dropped so much weight that people thought he was like dying of AIDS. He looked, he was just in a bad way. It turned out he was suffering from a similar condition to what she had corrected.
She said this was not for aesthetics, but for quality of life. I sucked my thumb till I was 9-ish, which made the roof of my mouth super narrow, and my excessive overbite caused my teeth to have no contact whatsoever.
Wow.
She said, have you ever thought about what it's like to not be able to bite into pizza or trying to bite into an onion or on a burger? Impossible for me. I had to use my tongue to help me chew and almost choked every time I ate.
Wow.
She said that lisp some of y'all complained about, thank the overbite for that as well.
My girlfriend's dealt with TMG, and occasionally... what did I say?
You said G.
Yeah.
Like TMZ.
Yeah, TMJ. And occasionally, it's not to this level, so I don't think she's going to require surgery at any point, but it can really give her terrible headaches.
Yes.
And messes up with her sleep, and then it also messes, Preston, you were talking about, like, being able to chew.
Yeah.
It screws, with that, and it's one of these things that you're like, wait, where is this coming from? And this is possibly the diagnosis.
There's dental work that I've had that has alleviated a headache situation I would get on the right side of my head, and I think it was because of the jaw and the way it was not touching properly.
So her mom, Kim,
Or the
said
teeth, I should say.
the surgery took 6+ hours or so. So she is on the mend, but double jaw surgery for that. Wow. Christina Hack and ex-husband Ant Anstead marked their son Hudson's second birthday on Monday with social media posts. 'Cause that's what you do.
That's awesome. Rather than get presents.
Hack wrote, he loves to try and figure things out for himself and has this mischievous look on his face while doing it. Ha ha.
So he's kind of like a baby.
He's talking a lot already, but his favorite word in our home is cash, the name of the family's French bulldog.
No.
And then she wrote, we love you. You don't like that name, Cash?
No, the kid loves cash.
Yeah. No, I don't like
The kid put this up on social media.
We had my sister had friends and their 2 dogs because they had purebreds and they were show dogs and they were named Cash and Banker.
Not Tango?
Not Tango. No.
Oh, man.
It was before that.
Oh, all right.
It was back in the day, but Cash and Banker.
Were they?
James had a friend named Cash for a little while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were they well-to-do? I don't know. I think if you're
No, they were show dogs. Like they would show them to win prizes.
Yeah,
so.
no, I know. But the people who own the show dogs, were they rich people? Were they mansion people?
No,
I think if you're a mansion person and you name your pet Cash, it's a little tacky. But
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What if you're dirt poor?
If you're dirt poor, then
Name your kid Dirt Poor.
Yeah.
that works too.
Destitute. Is their child destitute?
Yeah. And Dirt Poor.
And dirt poor.
Yeah. Impoverished?
So anyhow, yes, Anstead also shared pictures from the party. Their split was finalized in June, and they are finding their groove co-parenting. Both have moved on, Hack with Joshua Hall, Anstead with Renee Zellweger.
What do you think about the notion of, because they're putting a lot of pictures up of the kid. Do you think, is that kind of weird to put a lot of pictures of your children up on social media?
I guess it depends. I mean, there are stretches where I shy away from it, and then other times where you're like, no, I'm really proud of the kid. I want to put something up. So, but I know what you're saying, Steve, especially when it's like 4 or 5 posts in a row with the same birthday party, and each post has 10 photos in it. But
that's why you can.
Also, he's a proud parent, a proud dad, and he wants to show off his kid. So who am I to judge?
The social media is so funny. I forgot the other day we were we were looking up some friends on Facebook because we wanted to see, like, where they were, what they were doing at that particular time. And so, or we were looking for a specific photo. And so my wife goes into their photos, and we're scrolling through, and I just go, wow. Looks like they're always on vacation, doesn't it? I mean, every single photo is an exotic location and smile and happy and sunglasses and cocktails and everything. And I'm like, there's got to be stuff in between that.
It's like Kourtney Kardashian's Instagram page. There's never one shot of her at home. Always on a beach, always doing something. Yeah. And there's at some point she probably goes home. We just never see it.
So there you go. That's social media angle. All right, Bill Cosby accuser Andrea Constand broke her silence yesterday discussing the comedian's release from prison in her first televised interview since the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his assault conviction in June. And a few takeaways from that. She said, I was really shocked and disappointed, obviously. During the interview, she also shared her thoughts on Felicia Rashad's tweet celebrating Cosby's release and talked about her new book, which is called The Moment, Standing Up to Bill Cosby, Speaking Up for Women, which was also released yesterday. So she's making the media rounds, obviously, to
selling the book.
Get the book out there. Constand recalled watching the freed Cosby with his fist raised shortly after his release. She said, disgusting. Didn't surprise me, given the level of the arrogance and having no remorse. During the time he was incarcerated, absolutely zero remorse for what he did to me.
No remorse?
She said he's a sexually violent predator who basically was let out of jail.
Listen, for what she says she's been through, and I believe her, to have this play out this way has got to be, you are effing kidding me.
Do you think she had any inkling that he might get released?
No.
So it was a surprise to her as well?
I think it was a surprise to everyone.
Especially at his age.
Yeah.
Yeah. She goes on to say, I have come way too far to go back to that place to wonder whether it's all worth it or to have regret. She said, but it was worth it because I didn't feel alone. I had a whole community, a whole army of women and other survivors, strangers, family, friends who were right there with me. There were moments, however, that disappointed her, including when Felicia Rashad, Cosby's former co-star, obviously, on The Cosby Show, tweeted that, quote, a terrible wrong is being righted, a miscarriage of justice is corrected. And Constand said, it's disappointing to hear somebody who is in such a powerful position as herself to not support survivors. But after growing backlash from the students at Howard University, where she is now a dean, Rashad apologized to them, writing in a letter that her remarks were not directed toward sexual assault survivors and that she vehemently opposes sexual violence. Constand said, I'm really happy to hear that. That's the statement that needed to be said. She said that she wrote her book in part to ensure that her memories wouldn't be lost to time. She said, I had a story to tell, and part of telling that story was finding my voice, but also it was what was going to bring me true healing. Moving forward, she said she's more concerned about the impact of the court's decision on other survivors of sexual misconduct and assault. She said, as I sit here today, I want to send a message to not let this deter you from coming forward, from getting the peace and the healing and the closure that you need.
I mean, ultimately, he got up because there was a technical violation to procedure. And so people who are not even defending Cosby, who firmly believe that he is guilty, said, well, if you lay it out this way, that...
We commented on that too. That it's okay. Unfortunately, that's the way the system works, and that's how he got out. Wow. Let me see here. The 17th annual Zurich Film Festival. I know you've been following this, Steve.
This is the first year I haven't been able to attend.
They will honor Paul Schrader for his life work.
I love Paul Schrader,
including the screenplays for Raging Bull and Taxi Driver, and the films he directed, which include American Gigolo. I'm not sure what else.
Paul Schrader also wrote the screenplay to Taxi Driver.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, and Rolling Thunder, a great movie that actually Quentin Tarantino loves so much, he named his production company after it.
So Schrader said, I am pleased to be honored by a very hip film festival in the beautiful city of Zurich. I have many fond memories and friends there, and am appreciative that this honor will allow me to visit those.
He also wrote Taxi Driver.
Did he? Really? I did not know that. This sounds cool. Amy Winehouse's story is on the way to the big screen. Halcyon Studios has received the green light to produce a biopic about the late pop star based on Daphne Barak's 2010 book called Saving Amy, which utilizes hours of photos, videos, and notes collected during a 6-month period 3 years before she died.
There's such a great documentary about her.
It's called Amy.
Yeah,
it's
and
fantastic.
It's great.
It gave me a whole.
Yeah.
I love the music that she put out.
Right.
She was a mess, and I remember seeing her at that time and watching video and going, "Oh my God, this girl! Oh, this is disgusting! So on." And then I saw the story behind it in that documentary, how there were so many enablers in her life, and she had some mental issues that should have been looked into
that weren't.
But what an unbelievable talent she was. That album, Back to Black, she just kind of slapped it together.
Yeah.
She wrote all that stuff and just kind of, she didn't just sing it. She wrote all that stuff, and it's fantastic. That album is amazing from start to end, and she did that, and she had a great producer and a great band and all that. But she was just a mega talent in a tiny little body, and unfortunately, just the demons got a hold of her, and she had no support system.
Her father did her zero favors.
Oh, my God.
That first guy that was married to her was a piece of trash.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
But what a talent and what a voice.
Well,
and
she ended up with the yes people who are around that tend to congregate around stars, especially a star that flashes that bright that quickly. And so they can do no wrong. And there's no one saying, you need to take an extended break and get your ass together.
And if you see interviews with her in that documentary, the year or two prior to when the drugs really took hold of her,
it's completely different.
She was
completely different.
She was completely lucid and smart and fun and just intuitive and all this stuff, and it fell apart.
Her whole look was inspired by what she loved from like the 60s and so on and so forth. And that went out with the drugs.
That's a documentary worth seeing if you haven't seen it. It's sad as well, but it's really worth checking out if you want to see just an amazing natural talent. Her father, Mitch, revealed that the biopic was in the works in 2020. He said, "That's how we'll get our own back, by portraying Amy the way she was." In October of that year, also, Millie Bobby Brown had mentioned to Netflix that she's long adored Amy Winehouse and would love to portray her on screen.
I could be interesting. See that.
Yeah. All right. And then let's see. You know what? We'll get to the clips. I think.
Really?
Yeah. Chicago Party Ant.
Yes.
Takes the personality of the long-running, witty Twitter account to animation.
Yes, of course.
Of course it does.
We all suspected.
In this clip, creator Chris Wataski, talks about how the show is a love letter to the Windy City. Here we go.
Chicago is like in our bones because we all spent so much time there. And so I think we've just like sponged up so many different people's tones that I think all the creative people involved in this project really know how to hit that.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
We'll be going to the Windy City next month for the Radio Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
I expect this to be the big conversation, this animated series on Netflix when we get there.
Chicago Party Ant drops on Netflix September 17th, so you never know. It might be a big hit. We'll see. Next clip. The much-anticipated return to Arrakis arrives in Dune. And here, director Denis Villeneuve, I guess he says Denis Villeneuve.
Denis?
Okay. I always thought it was Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Discusses his passion for the source material. Here we go.
My biggest fear was not to be faithful to the dream I had as a teenager. It can sound strange, but it's just that I loved that book so much when I read it. It's by far one of my favorite books of all time for me. And I wanted to make sure that the deep, hardcore fan I was would be pleased with the adaptation.
Shut the f*** up!
Dune premieres in theaters and on HBO Max October 22nd.
Did you watch the extended trailer?
Probably. I don't know. I've seen several trailers.
There's one that came out pretty recently that has it looks amazing.
Yeah.
I've read some reviews, which I won't reveal to you because I think you want to experience it fully on its own.
Yes.
But the guy certainly is a fan and is certainly committed to the minutia in it. So that would be cool.
Yeah, and I think Timothée Chalamet as Paul, just from a look standpoint, is spot on. So I'm looking forward to this whole thing when it comes out. All right, and that's it. That's the entertainment report for today. Secret text word, we have tickets to see Breaking Benjamin and Papa Roach are playing a show at Montage Mountain. This is going to be Saturday, September 18th, and apparently these are great seats. It says the best seats in the house. So text the word secret to 39333. We'll send a word back to you. We'll ask you to call in with that word later on this morning, and we'll also grab a random texter, too. We have a couple of announcements to make today. We're going to get to one around Bizarre File time.
Yes.
You're going to like that, and then another one around 10-ish. That we have, and you don't want to miss out on these. We got guests and more coming up today, so we'll come back in just a moment and let it all roll. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks proudly supports the
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times. The studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this. It's
miraculous. Yeah. It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where, like, there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about.
I do.
DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I sauld, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kirstie Clemens, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and he's is that correct?
There's a family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show, a mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
He is.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. Making it that she wasn't feeling well, and she sent along a photo of her tooth.
I felt as though you needed to see it.
We did. And it looked like she had gone 10 rounds with Dempsey. I mean, your eyes
They were swollen shut.
Swollen shut.
I advised her to get her cut man to do the deal so she could get back in the ring.
Yeah, and by the way, at I forget what time I texted you guys, but whatever time it was, 4:30, 5 o'clock, I'm like, I chuckled at that. I was like, well, at least I got a laugh out of it.
Right.
So yesterday, I woke up at 3:30 to go to the bathroom, and I was like, God, I am still so tired. Like, what is, I knew I still had like an hour of sleep, but I was like, God, my eyes are so heavy. I'm so tired. And I went to the bathroom, and I don't turn the light on at night when I go to the bathroom, but I sort of caught like a glimpse, and I was like, what the hell? I put the light on, and my eyes were essentially almost swollen shut at that point at 3:30.
We're serious. The imagery of like a prize fighter who's got a couple rounds is what she looked like.
And so let me just step back. So I had that day, my eyes had been bothering me, sort of just itching, like the lids were itching a little bit.
Itchy lids.
So that was 3:30. So 4:15, my alarm goes off. I get up about 4:30, and I go into the bathroom, and it's even worse. Like now at this point, they're like, at least I could see a little bit. Now they're like completely closed shut, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, I'll pack my makeup, and I'll do my makeup at work, and I have these little they're ice balls basically, and you put them on your eyes. So I'm like, I'll take them in the car with me. I'll do one eye at a time as I'm driving in. I have like I have the under eye. You put like these little pads under your eyes, and I'll ice that.
So you're like ice teabagging yours. The plan is to do this.
To ice teabag myself on the way in, and bring my makeup, and just do my makeup after everything has like gone down.
When did you realize that wasn't going to be enough?
So I'm looking at myself, and I'm like, I cannot walk into a room of men looking like this. And
also, she has a wonderful little boutique in the office where a lot of work can be done. A little vanity set up with lights and everything. But no, there'd be no way you could. And listen, to drive with your eyes like that would have been dangerous.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. And also,
you need to see.
I'm laughing about it now. Yesterday, I was not really laughing that much. This was like, I was stressed. I was crying, and like the crying makes it worse.
And it wasn't just your eyes, though, too.
Yeah. So anyway, I've been going through this probably since February, and it's, I guess, they're saying it's an allergic reaction to something. It's just that nobody knows what the something is. That was the worst it has ever been. My eyes have gotten swollen, and I've gone through this, and I have some medicine that I use and all this kind of stuff. But that was like the worst it had ever been. And then on top of it, there were patches
all over your body,
all over my body, from like my neck down to
like red.
my legs. Yeah.
So as we talk about this, and if this sounds familiar to you listening, and you have had a similar thing and were able to beat it, we want to know about that. But you had something, I remember years ago. You've had a very elusive sort of scenario that keeps popping up with this. You found out you were allergic or an allergy to nightshades?
Yeah, so like I think that my body is like that. They say every 7 years your body changes, and that's what they're telling me. They're like, look, it could be something you use every single day, and you've used it for 30 years, but now all of a sudden you're
allergic to something.
Allergic to it, and that's sort of what happened with the nightshade vegetables, and it actually happened to my mom.
Has it gone now? Are you?
Oh no! I still can't.
Right.
I still can't have them.
Wow.
There are and now we're thinking, since my mom, she can't eat mushrooms now. They like kill her.
I blame your mom for all of this.
Yes, of course. Me too.
It's Jerry's fault.
Totally.
Yeah.
Don't let any dirt get on the baby.
Yeah.
We're going to keep her 100% antiseptic.
Daryl.
You'll be able to store surgical equipment in a butthole.
Wow.
Now listen, I have sensitive skin as it is, like before any of this. Like when I would go to get my eyebrows waxed, every single time, these are like professional people that do eyebrows, they'd go, are you okay? This is like much more red than we normally see. And I'm like, yeah, it's me. It's just like my sensitive skin, I guess.
Wow.
I'm not trying to make this about me, but between your face and my face after I fell, and then Sarah Parker.
Face and my
I know it's Sarah.
Sarah Parker was dealing with Bell's palsy last month. I mean, we got some face issues going on around here. But this is a serious
Turns out we're the best looking people around here, Preston.
I mean, your face yesterday it looked terrible. Are there any possible allergies that have crept in your life that you were not allergic to before, like a cat, for example?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Nick, it could be anything. Like everything that they're going through, it could be anything. They don't think it's the like the cat or the any animals, because I had that testing done, and so we sort of know what animals I'm allergic to and all that. They're thinking it's more on the chemical side of something in skincare products or stuff like that.
Here's what I'd like to throw out to the audience. Number one, if you can help Kathy, please let us know, and you can email her as well. But I saw a TikTok video a couple of weeks ago. It was a woman who has had this issue for ages, for a long time, and it has to do with her menstrual cycle, and it's painful. And it actually kind of sounds like Rochelle, because she has had this issue since we've been together. But anyhow, essentially, she was complaining of this pain all the time, so much so that it seemed like nobody believed her. Okay, so she's telling the people, you don't understand, I'm having this problem, and they're testing and they're testing and they're finding nothing. And there's a video of the nurse. They finally find out what it is, and they tell her what it is, and she is just so relieved that they know what it is. She is just crying her eyes out. She was just so ecstatic to go, oh my God, I'm not lying. You see what I'm, this is for real. You've figured it out what it is. So I thought maybe there were people who have had this issue for just ever, and they finally pinpointed what it was, because there are so many things. You'd think that a doctor knows everything, but there are some things that aren't considered from time to time. There's so much knowledge to be had out there.
We don't know everything. And there's a lot we don't know.
Some people know some things, and other people don't know this, and they haven't tried. There's so many avenues they can go down.
My perfect example is this, and I want to get back to your inflating, Kathy, but the. So I always, Preston, we were just talking about this in the commercial break, about an issue with swallowing. And I was, for a number of years, I was like, gee, a lot of times when I'll eat, it doesn't feel like I've swallowed the food all the way. Yeah. And so, the various doctors I would go to, they would prescribe, okay, well, here, take this medication, it'll help. And so psychosomatically, you're going, yeah, I think it helped. I guess
I know,
so.
I know. Huh?
It's not our nature to go, well, doctor, let me see your data.
Well, and they have to do trial and error, too. You got to try all these things out, and then they go, well, it's not that. Let's try this, save for two doctors in my life, and my current Mike Cirigliano, they followed it a little bit more, Preston, after years and years and years of going, with this issue. I went into one doctor at Penn that Dr. Mike had sent me to. The doctor looks at my vitiligo. He says, you have achalasia. I'll bet. He had diagnosed the problem correctly in minutes, and I'm like, so I'm not nuts.
But that's what, and it happens that quick, and it's like, why did it go so long for somebody to then say that? And it's very frustrating. You talk about the woman who, thinks that people are lying to them. When I went through trying to figure out this food allergy or sensitivity that I have, people, doctor after doctor, acid reflux, we'll put you on some acid reflux medicine. And I told the one doctor, I go, if one more doctor tells me it's acid reflux, I'm going to freak out, because that is absolutely not what it is. And then when somebody said fibromyalgia, like basically phantom pain, I was like, I'm going to choke you.
Right.
So
I'm going to murder you.
You guys aren't on Facebook as much, but there is somebody that we all know.
Yes.
Who just posted on Facebook, 3 days ago, a family member was going through some really, really rough stuff and a really, really rough patch for years. Pain, mental issues, and duress, and all of this. And it was all misdiagnosed for years. They finally found out what it was.
Okay.
And he sent out this giant apology to this person for not believing in him, but it was Lyme disease.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
The whole time.
That can be very elusive. Yep.
I'm going to go to, let me get some calls. I have Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, what's up? Gadzooks, buddy.
Hey, so I was prescribed ibuprofen basically off and on my whole life for pains in my legs and back. And maybe 2 months ago, I go and I take an 800 milligram ibuprofen. Blew up like an absolute fish after I already had taken one maybe a couple of days prior. Didn't know what it was. A couple days go past. The hospital didn't know what it was. I take another ibuprofen. Same thing happens. Obviously, I figured out what it was.
Right. You're allergic to NSAIDs like me.
Yeah, and my mom had the same thing. One day, randomly out of nowhere, takes an ibuprofen like normal. This was a couple years ago. Same thing.
Yep.
Blew up. And the explanation was, like Kathy said, every couple years your body changes, and just like that.
Yeah, and it goes the other way too, Bill, because I used to be allergic. All of a sudden, hey, you're allergic to penicillin now. I'm like, really? Oh man, that sucks. And I had to, every time I went to the doctor, I had to make sure they knew that. And then years later, I'd read somewhere, that sometimes that allergy goes away. I'm like, well, let me see if I can get tested for it. And I did. I went and did this test where they give you a little bit at a time. It's like an 8-hour-long test. Mm-hmm. And they were like, no, you're not allergic anymore. Like, you're kidding me. So I did the same thing with ibuprofen, which they're called NSAIDs, which is a steroidal anyhow. But,
right.
And I went and I go to that test, and I've got like 20 minutes left in the test.
You're like, oh, yes.
And, sweet, I could take ibuprofen again. It'll help my aching bones and stuff. And no, I had a reaction. They're like, nope, sorry, dude, you're still allergic.
It didn't help me because I have really bad seasonal allergies in March, April, and May. So I already couldn't breathe because of the pollen. So I felt that yesterday with my eyes a little bit. So I had to go to an allergist, and they poked me about 30 times on each arm with all these things. And random parts of my arm would be itching, and others. It's just a whole mess.
Well, let me ask you, Bill. Did you encounter the situation where people kind of thought, oh, he's kind of just being a drama queen here. That there's really nothing going on. Did you have to deal with that, or were people pretty understanding?
Well, when I took the ibuprofen and blew up, it was very clear.
It's pretty obvious. Yeah. By the way, there's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory called Celebrex that you might be able to take. Ask your doctor about it, okay?
I will. I appreciate it.
All right. Good luck, Bill. We'll see you.
Have a good day, guys.
Thanks.
Preston, my brother, has that. He can't take the ibuprofen, and he, for a while, was like, I don't know what is going on, and he thought it was wine because he would drink wine, but he said what would happen is he'd go to bed, wake up with like a little bit of a headache, and take the ibuprofen. So he was thinking, I can't drink wine, but when he found out it was the ibuprofen, he was like, great, I can drink again.
All right, I'm going to go to Antonio. Hi, Antonio. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, I was having almost the same issue a couple of years ago, and I kept kind of blowing it off and just kind of doing like the same thing that she was doing.
The same as Kathy? Her eyes? Okay.
So I would put, the ice packs, the eye drops, and just kind of just chalk it up as just, having an eye issue.
Yeah.
It would happen every couple months or even every couple years. Then the one morning I woke up and was completely blind.
What?
Whoa! Oh my God.
Blind as in you couldn't open your eyes, or your eyes weren't working?
They weren't working, and it wasn't pitch black. It was all white, even with my eyes closed. So it was like somebody was holding a flashlight up to my eyes at all the time.
It was like you were living in Kanye's house. Wow. It was all white. Yeah.
So, panic. I live in the Cherry Hill, Marlton area. So we rushed over to Will's Eye first thing in the morning to the emergency room. Long story short, I ended up staying blind for probably around maybe 5 to 6 months.
Whoa! Oh my God, dude.
Going constantly every week to Will's Eye and going to see, autoimmune doctors. And pretty much they just jacked me up on medication. Was it prednisone and progesterone, I believe it was. It was a steroid. I had to take it every hour on the hour.
Oh, my God.
Even while I was sleeping. So I could, wake up in the middle of the night, take the eye drops, and take these pills. And about 6 months later, I can slowly start getting my vision back, and then it fully came back. So now they have me on Humira. And they end up finding out, I don't know if Kathy has tattoos or anything, but I have, a good.
She's got a big Mark McGrath tattoo on her back.
No, she did have a nipple pierced at one point.
That's what it is. But I have a good amount of tattoos, sleeves, back, legs, chest, everything's done. They were saying when I had an allergy test done, I went to an autoimmune disease, said because your body changes, that my body's slowly starting to become allergic to the tattoo ink.
Oh my God!
Wow. That's good. See, it's interesting. So with you, Kathy, with your situation, I've never known somebody who changes every couple of years. It's changing for you.
I know.
Wow. Well, thank you, Antonio. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem. I definitely say don't chalk it up as just it happening every once in a while. Definitely look into it and get it. now, because the last thing you need is just,
the blindness for 6 months. Yeah, well, she's got Dr. Mike and her
Well,
people
that's the
on it.
thing. No,
Thank you, Antonio.
Antonio Margariti.
Sorry, I had to play that clip.
I've been to dermatologists, ophthalmologists, then to an allergist who then sent me back to the dermatologist. So I'm not chalking it up to this because it's ridiculous.
Have you been to Pep Boys?
No, but you should have heard me on the phone with Dr. Mike. We were arguing yesterday. He's like,
Dr. Mike.
I can't do miracles over the phone. I was like, well, what am I going to do?
Here's a text that says,
I'd love to hear you guys.
Please tell Kathy I used to have the eye issue. It started about 15 years ago when I moved back to the Lehigh Valley from Philly. I got all of my allergies tested and started getting shots. I've only had a few minor flare-ups and nothing as bad as what she's describing since I started getting the shots. She may want to get tested again and try allergy shots even if she hates needles. But I don't know. That's kind of vague. I don't know what the allergy shots are.
Is there like a regimen of allergy shots that would cover everything? And is that the right way to approach treatment?
I don't think it's everything. I think it's specific. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's like specific, what your allergy is. Those may be able to help.
Okay, we got the miracle worker on the line. Of course, I wasn't sure if he would call in or not. And Kathy, you're probably going to have to give him permission to speak about all of your medical issues and so on. Ladies and gentlemen from Fox 29, Penn Medicine as well. Doctor to us all, Dr. Mike Cerulli. Hey, Dr. Mike.
Kathy?
Here we go.
Talk. Am I allowed to talk?
Yes, what?
Get your butt in here.
I was at the doctor yesterday.
Fine, but you're seeing all these specialists, and like I said yesterday, sometimes these things, let me take my mask off. I'm choking because you're making me choke. Hold on. All right. Now look, sometimes rashes and things can be the sign, as I said.
I know, I'm dying. Yesterday he tells me I have lupus and that I need to hurry up and come in.
Sometimes illnesses, systemic things, can lead to a rash. And that's why if you've seen Dr. Kildare and everybody else and no one can figure it out, I even told you the story. I'm going to share this. I had a patient who had a rash. No one could figure it out. He went to 3 dermatologists. You know what he had? He had testicular cancer. Wow. No one checked that down there except me.
Kathy, has anybody checked your testicles yet?
No, but the bottom line is that you can have systemic illness that leads to things like this. And look, Kathy, I love you. I'm not looking for work. And you can tell Bill Weston I'm not trying to drum up business. Right. I'm just saying you need a quarterback. You need someone to come in and go over everything and make sure that everybody's doing everything all right.
So has Kathy, have you had the battery of tests yet? All the blood drawn and all that
Yes, he wants to do it again.
No,
we've done this.
Wait a minute.
My liver's fine.
No,
all counts are normal.
She needs that. But there's more than blood work.
Your hernia
He
check.
tells me, this was the conversation yesterday. He goes, you have to do scans. I go, of what?
I don't know because I haven't seen you in like 3 years. You need to come in.
Mike, do me a favor. I'm going to give you special clearance. Every time from here on in, when you have a phone telemedicine with Kathy, record those and send them in, please.
Well, I try to abide by HIPAA, but with a few of you, it's a challenge.
No, we give you carte blanche. And Dr. Mike is very good about it, by the way. He'll always say, I said, you got clearance. It's okay.
Well, you got guys jumping off mountains.
Yeah.
I got him.
Right.
I've been busy with you.
I got him.
But Kathy, I love you with all my heart.
I know.
So I'm worried. I just need to, it's not like I think you're making it up. You just don't come in. I need to see you so I can be a good doctor and examine you and see what the whole – because, see, as a general internist, we look at the whole picture. We don't just look at your skin or allergies.
Can you come to my house?
What?
Can you come to my house?
Well, if you feed me, maybe.
Yeah, I'll make dinner.
You don't want that, Mike. You're going to have to bring a stomach pump.
Oh, my God.
I'll order
I mean, you're killing. I wasn't going to call in, Preston. And then it kept going and going and going to where I had to have a release.
But listen,
killing me.
Dr. Mike, I mean, it's medicine is as specific as it can be and getting some answers, there are a lot of twists and turns and a lot of avenues to explore, and sometimes just you've got to keep testing, right?
So, Preston, did you guys watch Queen's Gambit?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
All right. You remember how she would have the chessboard up above her head on the ceiling?
Sure.
I swear to God, I play chess with the Grim Reaper every morning. I see the chessboard. And the Grim Reaper, disease can present in ways that you just don't understand, and it can be very subtle. We call it sometimes paraneoplastic processes, where somebody has something going on somewhere, and I'm not saying you have a problem, but maybe there's something that's causing this, and it requires an investigation. That's all.
Well, and to the larger point here, it's also you not to make everyone hypochondriacal, but it does. That's, for example, an exact example of that, Mike, was going over to the doctor you sent me to at Penn, who looked at the achalasia and was able to diagnose my vitiligo and diagnosed achalasia in 5 seconds.
Well, Steve, if you don't look, you don't find.
Right.
And the bottom line is that the Grim Reaper will grab you in the ass when you least expect it. I've seen it time. I've been doing this now for 30 years. And the bottom line is you don't take anything for granted. I always kid people, I'm like the Iron Dome. You know, Israel has the Iron Dome.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm the Iron Dome to you guys. And Kathy, my dome is you're killing my dome.
Listen, I think I'm going to be okay because my mom said to drink water and apple cider vinegar. So I'll be good.
God.
Thank you, though.
Well, she will. Or I think she's probably going to eventually come on into you. She's going to
have
get the battery
Well,
test.
I just,
do me a favor. Check her testicles. You've got
I'm
us
not
worried.
looking for work.
That's what he's yelling at me yesterday.
Sure
I'm not looking for
I
work.
love you, but
He really cares. He wants you to get well, and you got to go see him, Cass.
Yeah. Well,
you got to go see him.
I'll make
Is it hard to find
You won't
time?
wait. You know what she says yesterday?
It takes 3 hours.
I'm
when
going
you
to go over there and I'm going to wait for 2 hours. No, you're not going to. I'll get you in whenever you want.
No, I know.
All right.
I appreciate it, and you said that yesterday, and I will be in. Yeah, it is.
I love you. I love you, Kathy.
It is hard.
I love you.
It is hard to find time, but also because I'm visiting all of these doctors, and they have me doing all these, like, you know what I mean? It's time consuming, and he understood me yesterday. He said, I understand you're frustrated with this because it's been going on since February, and we can't figure it out.
Okay. Well, you need a quarterback. That's all I'm going to say.
Listen,
You
and
need
Kathy,
somebody to oversee all the specialists and make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Dr. Mike has said I love you like 5 times, and you haven't said it back.
I love you too. I'll call you. I'll be in.
All right.
All right.
All right. We love you, Dr.
guys.
Mike.
Love you.
Love
All right,
ya.
We'll see ya. He's the best doctor in the world, man. He's amazing. There are tons of calls. We can't go to them because we're out of time. We got TV to get to. I appreciate you guys calling in, and I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to go to you. But we're trying to figure out what's up with Kathy here, and it's just listen. If it's not you, you know someone who has had a pernicious thing that they just can't figure out,
and it makes your life miserable.
It's frustrating, and the main frustrating thing is sometimes people won't believe you as well, or if you feel like your doctor doesn't believe you, or that you're making this type of thing up. So I know what that's like. I've had that before too. So all right, we'll give you updates on Kathy's health. Daily.
It's an allergy of some sort. So once we figure it out, I'll let you know.
All right. We do need to take a break. We're coming back in a second. We go live on Fox Good Day. We are making an announcement when we get back too, which I think you're going to enjoy. So Back to School A to Z continues on top of all of that. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
How does that feel?
Everything that rocks includes cool.
Happy with what he's seen.
Well, raise a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could, and I just, anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it.
Cool.
And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So,
He watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
It'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're going to do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that? Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, "Okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really And I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because, it was the, I think it's the 2000, no, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae?
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Good, Preston. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even like you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But, we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script. Called Horse Latitudes, and it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys, and it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like
just want to go
a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max? Do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be two more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
That's on
Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, they like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know on the radio.
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I was an ass kicker.
Well, then it is an ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah.
Oh my God! My son's son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in.
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If
awesome.
you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks,
Our
guys, for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as are you gonna watch it today? 4
I
hours?
want to watch it straight through, and
Yep.
it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry.
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're gonna pick it. We're gonna name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either gonna be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo. This is interesting too.
Which is the K.
Well, it's the name,
Yeah.
Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you
my
go.
gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
That's
And look at
funny.
these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets her cookies.
orgasm,
The cookies.
Gets the cookies.
Yeah.
Before going for the main course, and then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, "I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex."
Yeah.
And so we're like, "Oh, okay." And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, "I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on, and Seamus is sitting next to me."
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, like just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling. Right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
well,
I mean, like, and honestly, of all people, like, and this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't
Really?
remember the
I don't
first
remember
time.
the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that. But like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence, and Casey was like, "Did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids?" And I was like, "Nope, I sure didn't."
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
And their
well, if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I didn't, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is, and Jace is always there. And when I feel like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating,
right?
So we always will go, "Are you on speaker? Are you alone?" or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, "Hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car."
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like, we dance around the topic, but the older he gets.
Doubling back to our conversation earlier, Kathy, about your swollen eyes and your swollen eyes and rash. Somebody texted and said, "I'll bet that the reaction is actually just anticipation that is building to Kathy's fall activities."
Oh, it might be.
And it's all building.
Yeah.
It's all building up, and you're about to explode with activity.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's it.
Something to consider.
Succulents.
Before we do the bizarre file, I have a major announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we introduce major announcement to you. No, this is actually, give me a drum roll, because this is pretty cool.
Though I did like that.
We are excited to announce the return to this once again. It begins on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start winning cash again with MMR's Money Clips Contest. And it will begin, like I said, on Monday. It's your shot to win $500 7 times a day.
I love this, too. Listen, the A to Z and the money giveaway, this contest.
Yep.
2 of my favorites.
So we have this happening 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 2, 4, 6, and 8 p.m. And you just tune into those times. Each time, we will announce a keyword and give you 15 minutes after the hour, until 15 minutes after the hour, to enter that keyword. 3 ways to do it. You can do it on the MMR app on your mobile device or the contest page at WMMR.com. And, of course, you can text it to a special contest number, which we'll have set up, which is 45911. I'll remind you of that when we get started on Monday, because we will begin it. We will be the first ones to do it. One winner gets $500, and then everyone that enters via the app or WMMR.com. You may want to consider entering that way because you'll be entered to win a $10,000 grand prize. And that's just for entering, okay? The complete contest rules are available at WMMR.com. But a reminder, again, it is coming up this Monday, MMR's Money Clips Contest. And I think we're going to be playing, like, clips from the radio station.
Yes.
Just to kick that off and remind you that that's happening when it happens at 8, 10, noon, 2, 4, 6, and 8 p.m. So we're excited to bring that to you once again. Let's do the Bizarre File.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. Download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. We're going to start with this. This is an amazing story. A 3-year-old boy who went missing in the Australian bush on Friday has been found safe, sitting in a stream and cupping water in his hands to drink after a search. And hundreds of people had been on search for Anthony A.J. Elfalak, who has autism and is nonverbal, since he went missing from his family's remote rural property.
This is stunning, especially in that hard territory.
North of Sydney, late on Friday morning, the crew of a police helicopter spotted him sitting in shallow water in a stream late on Monday morning. He was only about 500 yards from his house.
Wow.
But he had been reported to be in good condition. He was taken to a hospital for observation. His father, Anthony, said that his son had been bitten by ants and he had diaper rash and suffered abrasions. But he said it's a miracle. And he and his wife, Kelly, were obviously delighted with being reunited with their son. He said as soon as he heard his mom, he opened his eyes, looked at her, and he fell asleep.
Oh.
The boy was found in an area that had been searched before. Police are assuming he had spent the entire time in the woods, so he may have wandered off further and somehow or another found his way back a little bit closer.
Could you imagine the parents? You're going out of your mind.
Terrified. His ability to find drinking water was a key factor in his survival because of the danger of dehydration. Overnight temperatures in the area dipped as low as 6 degrees Celsius. The boy was kneeling in the stream when a state emergency service officer reached him. The officer stated that he turned towards him, and a massive smile on his face that he will never forget is what he saw. The paramedic who examined the boy described him as a little survivor. He said little AJ's condition is quite remarkable. He was very, very thankful, and I could see that in his eyes. Anthony reportedly slept in an ambulance after he was reunited with his parents and then woke up hungry. I thought that was a great story to start with. Here's another story of survival, but a medical team had to really work to get this together. In the first operation of its kind in Israel, 1-year-old twins conjoined in the head were safely separated on Thursday. The twin sisters are expected to live a healthy life following the surgery. It was a medical team of over 50 people that had to do this.
That's crazy.
It was a moment of weeping and laughter with the family. For the first time, the family can hold these babies separately. The surgery lasted more than 12 hours, and specialists in neurosurgery, plastic surgery, pediatric intensive care, and brain imaging were flown into the country. 2 experts from London and New York were the ones that separated the twins from the head. The process leading up to the operation was lengthy. 3D models were used to simulate how to successfully separate the bones and blood vessels around the brain. Months ahead, the twins were given tissue expanders so the doctors could easily close their scalps after the surgery. Twins joined at the head are extremely rare. The University of Minnesota reported conjoined twins only occur once every 200,000 live births. So that's
something,
pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, that elaborate is like a military operation.
Most definitely. All right, so I have 2 separate stories of people shouting different presidents' names in interesting situations.
All right.
So we'll start with this one. A Las Vegas man who berated a flight crew and fellow passengers on a plane Monday has been cited for public intoxication and disorderly conduct. He growled like a dog while he was taking his mask on and off his face. There's video of this, too, which is hilarious, by the way. He gave the middle finger.
Yeah, it's like that.
And swore at flight attendants, later yelling, "God bless America," and screaming Joe Biden, according to the video taken by fellow passenger Dennis Bush.
Okay.
It happened on a flight from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. Bush also wrote on Facebook that the man verbally targeted an Asian woman, saying that she and her companion, quote, didn't belong here. The 61-year-old man was arrested at the gate where he was checked out of the hospital and cited.
I'm so sorry. I got I got a little crazy.
American Airlines confirmed the incident in a statement. The company also thanked the crew for their professionalism and customers for their understanding.
So this guy's so unhinged. Did they find anything like, was there prescription drugs or
They said
anything?
alcohol was a factor.
Because man, oh man, it's horrible, but it's also funny to watch because he's literally attempting to eat his mask.
Now, here's the other president screaming story. So he was yelling Joe Biden.
Right.
After fleeing from the scene of an auto crash he caused, a 25-year-old motorist who was married earlier in the day and appeared under the influence declared all hail Donald Trump before scuffling with Florida jailers who sought to restrain him. And the mugshot is great because it's one of those where they're actually holding his head, like by the chin and back of the head to hold still so they can take a picture of him. Police charge that Nicholas...
They had to call in a child photographer.
Rutherford.
Come on.
Police charge... Police charge that Nicholas Rutherford was driving the wrong way on a Vero Beach street late Monday afternoon when he struck a vehicle traveling in the opposite direction. Rutherford ran from the scene of the crash. And we're looking at the pictures now. From the scene of the crash, which resulted in the hospitalization of the other driver. Rutherford, who was subsequently arrested near the crash site, was acting erratically and appeared as if he were under the influence of an unknown substance. But he failed a series of sobriety tests, but his blood alcohol level was 0.0, prompting police to ask him for a urine sample to determine the presence of a chemical or controlled substance.
I'm betting on that.
As police prepared the urine test, Rutherford started to, quote, take his pants off and then spread his buttocks, during which time he placed 2 fingers in his body cavity.
In his own butt, huh?
Yeah. He was in place back in handcuffs after that.
2 in the stink.
Yeah.
The reverse shocker. Yeah. Seldom seen.
That's Canadian style.
After later agreeing to undergo a drug evaluation, he began acting erratic again and was out of control, leading jail personnel.
Got a little crazy in there.
To again restrain him with handcuffs. His behavior, an investigator concluded, was consistent with someone under the influence of some kind of stimulant.
Sure, has to be.
He was photographed struggling with jail personnel as they sought to take his mugshot. He was charged with DUI and leaving the scene of an accident. As seen in nuptial photos posted on Facebook earlier that day.
So how was he at the wedding?
He had gotten married, and then he was arrested. His bride turned 20 years old that day, by the way. He's 30, so wow. All right, and then I'm going to do one more. I know we're running out of time here, but this is yet another follow-up story to the lawyer in South Carolina.
Story just crazy.
His family was killed, and he was now shot. So he's from a prominent South Carolina legal family. Found his wife and son shot to death at their home 3 months ago. He was injured days ago when a bullet grazed his head as he changed a tire, taking money. Now he's being charged with taking money from his law firm, the business said late Monday.
This is the guy who might have faked
maybe
getting shot in the head.
Yeah, there's speculation that he may have shot himself.
Right, because it was just a graze.
So the statement from PMPED law firm came hours after Alex Murdaugh said that he was resigning and entering rehab. The law firm said it will hire an accounting firm to fully review its books. It didn't say how much money might be missing, but said Murdaugh was no longer associated with him anyway. And in fact, the law firm said in a statement, "This is disappointing news for all of us. Rest assured that our firm will deal with this in a straightforward manner. There's no place in our firm for such behavior." Hours before, Murdaugh sent out his own statement saying he regretted decisions he made, but didn't give any details. Just 2 days after reporting someone shot at him after his car had a flat tire along a rural road.
Listen, I'm not saying I didn't murder some people or shoot myself in the head. I did.
But yeah, so and apparently his wife may have been one of the people that was trying to find out if he was stealing money. And this thing, it's just a big...
That's one for Dateline.
That's a Dateline story for sure. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to remind you of a couple of things. The announcement we made earlier. We have another announcement coming up later on today. We also have a guest who's going to be joining us, who is Sarah Kalian.
She's awesome.
Who does investigations. It's true crime stuff. A really cool guest who we've had on many times. So maybe we can ask her about that story.
That story,
following that or not. But we'll take a break and come back in just a moment. So hang close.
Preston and Steve on
the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, nah, right, that's fine. Like, he knows you don't want to be the person I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At
my
the dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah. Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table,
except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids, and I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my
like
children.
What?
All right, so for instance, we were playing.
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like.
You were like, we don't say that.
So
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well.
That's
so
not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God, stop it!
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down. I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that, and that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what?
It was really
need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your chef's hat
on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No,
I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich
Yeah,
bread?
I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it
I would
not a
consider it a
hamburger
hamburger.
anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter
Wait a
and jelly
minute.
sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I
as
think
well.
if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, like I'm thinking
The bread has that much sway over it, you think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the
Well, then what
very
is it?
concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let
I'll
me ask
review
you.
it.
You have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? Still
not-
called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling at
don't
him.
call
I'm yelling
it
at
a
him.
cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
Because
you
it's
just
got
add egg rolls
cheesesteak
in
It is
there?
material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it?
Ingredients.
It has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg
cheesesteak.
roll.
In the classic, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all
he's
this right now.
Well, it's
100%. And he's
dumb.
wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It
Okay.
doesn't matter. Like,
And cut Nick
Yeah.
some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or
okay.
two. So
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember
Yeah.
it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
he is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah.
Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon.
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Purple.
Herpel.
I love Purple. I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh it out, and then I'll.
It's hard when it happens.
funny.
It's just there. You got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever, according to who?
This guy Kevin Sparrow did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Do you have any physical porn in your house?
Just a little bit. From the old days.
So that's a yes.
I held on to just like
in case of emergency.
Like
just in case the internet goes down.
It's just for memory's sake.
In case of Wi-Fi termination, break glass. I don't have any. I don't have any physical, and I used to.
Well, watching the video of this, it was wild to see porn magazine.
Yeah.
I had not seen a magazine. I couldn't tell you when.
And you always used to have a cup, something you keep, like a 10 or 11 foot pile.
We still have a copy of Straight Stuntin', do we not?
I think we do.
But that's here.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to drive over here in an emergency.
No, but I have a couple from my formative days.
Okay.
That I held on to.
So it's nostalgia.
Just for nostalgia.
It's like that kid's book you wanted.
Is it in like a memory box?
No.
Oh, you should.
It's in a wank box.
Yeah. It's in my briefcase right behind me.
Oh,
Is it?
Yeah. Mhm.
Well, you should keep it there. I mean, you do have a daughter.
Nobody goes in there but me.
Right.
So
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
That's why he always has it handcuffed to him.
So the video later shows. I can show it to you.
Yeah,
if you
please.
guys want. The video later shows the bathroom floor littered with adult magazines. I didn't know where there was that much porn in the world, Ash can be heard saying. So they were pretty excited. This isn't the first time that he stumbled upon erotica, though. He said just a month ago in December, he found another collection while exploring an infamous building dubbed the Dildo Manor. Well, you would expect that.
To Dildo Manor.
All right, and there you go. That's my bizarre file.
All right,
You wanna
let's
see
take a
my
look.
porn now, Marissa.
Yeah.
Here,
I mean, it is your birthday, so.
This is very exciting.
that's
I
right.
feel like Geraldo opening up
That's right.
Capone's safe.
I got my porn lips in here.
Oh, nice. You got the whole deal.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what magazine will it be. Can I guess what it is?
Yeah.
Is it Penthouse? You had sort of an old penthouse with one of your favorite.
Well, that's what it was. Yeah. So I had it last time. I think I already showed it to
Oh,
you
there's
guys.
your.
But it's like next to nothing, man. But because I'm not going to keep like stacks of magazines and things like that.
You just got your travel porn.
I wanted one piece of porn. So this was a Penthouse 1977 desk calendar.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
You don't. No one knows when 1977 will come back.
And so here's the actual porn.
Oh, dear, yeah.
For you guys, yeah. Penthouse was good.
It was good.
Penthouse was really good.
It was a little bit more adventurous than Playboy, but not as loathsome and as disgusting as some of the others.
Like Hustler.
Hustler.
So you had Playboy, Penthouse, and then Hustler in degrees
For the cultured pervert.
of super duper sexiness. So
Why 77?
What are you?
I don't know. I think it was my uncle's. Yeah, I think he had a subscription to Penthouse.
Gotcha.
And I stole this.
Battlestar Galactica had just debuted.
And so when you found some, you had to hold on to it. You had to get it,
sure.
hide it.
Well, hold on to it with one hand.
Well, exactly, or just lay it out on the bed. So,
Oh, good.
lots of disco bush.
Absolutely.
in 1977.
I'd
of
say
course.
Amazonian.
Are there names on those photos? Or
No.
Just the pictures.
There weren't.
There's,
it has the photographers' names, but it doesn't have.
They credited the photographer, but not the women.
Yeah, exactly.
Pat
different time.
Nixon.
I would imagine in the actual issue that this came from, it probably
Right.
said who there was. And then
I like how Penthouse, though, knew that a calendar would be a useful thing.
And then here was something that you would get in the mail.
Right.
This was a little more current. This is probably like 1980s. And this was an ad for porn movies, which had lots of graphic.
Yes.
I mean, full on. So there's a piece of audio that I would like to play for you. This is from the Nick Jr. Twitter account, and I love this. It's Blues Clues host, Steve.
Yes.
And so it's him now, current day, and he has a message for those who grew up watching him.
Yeah, he's
I
sort
thought
of
it was so cool.
I agree. Now, I was well past. I mean, I was 81 when it did for me. But it's so sweet that this was done. So
Blues Clues.
Yeah.
So it's right in the heart of my kids' childhood.
Right.
So we watched it every day, and I loved it. It was just a cute show. It was very heartfelt. It was for younger kids. It was
Right.
like toddlers. And so the premise is that Steve has this dog Blue, and they live in this house, and Blue would like to play a game where she would leave little blue paw prints on certain things.
Right.
And Blue was trying to tell Steve something.
I didn't know Blue was a girl.
Yeah, Blue is a girl. And so she would leave these clues around. And anyhow, he would find these items and then eventually would link them together, and it would be some sort of phrase or, something like that.
Hence Blue's Clues.
Blue's Clues, exactly.
Right.
And
those kids have now grown up and are, young adults.
And its pace would move kind of slow,
right?
Which it had this comforting factor to it, and he would also teach a little bit of sign language as well. He'd made sure he used for those that were hearing impaired, so they could follow along.
That's one of the clues.
That's where it came from. So anyhow, Steve explains, because he leaves at some point.
Yes.
And his brother Joe comes and takes over, and the show continued, but Steve had left. And so he had to go off to college, is the way they played it. And it just happened out of nowhere, and he addresses this. Here we go.
You remember how when we were younger, we used to run around and hang out with Blue and find clues and talk to Mr. Salt, freak out about the mail and do all the fun stuff. And then one day I was like, oh, hey, guess what? Big news. I'm leaving. And we didn't see each other for like a really long time. Can we just talk about that? Because I realized that was kind of abrupt. I just kind of got up and went to college. And then look at you, and look at all you have done, and all you have accomplished in all that time. And it's just so amazing.
So, we've edited a little bit of it here. It's like a 2-minute long thing. And then he talks about, he's talking to you.
Yeah.
So he's talking to the people that have grown up.
That grew up with the show.
Watched it and are now adults.
Yeah.
And Nick, by the way, he's from Boyertown.
That's right.
Yeah, Steve Burns is from Boyertown.
Who did we have at the Camp Out for Hunger?
We had Steve.
Okay.
But it was in the infancy of the Camp Out for Hunger. It was way back when. It was shortly after Kathy joined the show, I believe.
It was in Plymouth Meeting.
It was in
remember
Plymouth
that.
Meeting, yeah.
Go back there.
What's that?
We should go back there.
So anyhow, he goes on to talk directly to the people that grew up watching him.
All the help that you helped me with when we were younger is still helping me today, right now. And that's super cool. I guess I just wanted to say that after all these years, I never forgot you. Ever. And I'm super glad we're still friends. Thanks for listening. You look great, by the way.
Dude, I started getting choked up while I was watching this. Started thinking about my kids. I have to show this to Parker and Carter, because I think I don't know if Caroline really watched Blue's Clues, because it was, I guess she did watch some of it. I don't know if she knew Steve as well, though. And then there was a third guy that came on board.
Yeah, another guy.
I don't remember who that was. No.
Harvey Weinstein.
No,
Harvey Weinstein.
Hell no.
I'm so glad we found another clue. Oops, my robe fell open.
Oh, my God.
Jeez. Look right there, little blue paw print.
Oh, my
God.
And now it's ruined. You just
totally
ruined it. Steve, Kevin, and Donovan, apparently.
Okay.
Or were the presenters.
What about Joe?
Joe? I thought Joe was the immediate replacement after Steve.
Joe was the second guy.
Yes.
Oh.
All right, anyway, what were you going to say, guys?
No, so my niece is around Parker's age. So she turned 21 in May.
Yeah.
And I remember like the little kid stuff from when she was a baby.
It's adorable.
For her, it was, the book was like Goodnight Moon, but the TV show was, did your kids ever watch Bear in the Big Blue, or in the Big House?
God. Like Jail?
No.
Yeah,
in the Big House. Bear in the Big House.
I was going to say Big Blue.
I'm innocent!
Bear in the joint. Have been incarcerated.
You stay away from my ass.
I do remember Bear, but we didn't watch it regularly. But yes.
It is Big Blue House. Okay.
Yeah, Bear.
I just Big House.
Well, so it's funny because I recall my older brother. There was a song being played in like the CD player. It was from the soundtrack from that, and he was like singing along with it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous!" And then I went ahead and had children, and I totally understood. It's like, yes, these things are on repeat so often that you can't help but get into it as well.
Well, so you're sort of tacitly getting involved because you're seeing your kids respond to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember. Do you remember from your childhood that what would have been your Blues Clues?
Oh, Sesame Street.
Sesame Street?
Yeah.
Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers.
Mine was Your Show of Shows with Cincy's. No.
Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, maybe?
No. There used to be I guess a little bit of Captain Kangaroo. There was also
Captain Kangaroo for sure.
There was also the New Zoo Review. Going back, and then there was also a thing where this girl during the day, when I was only going, to kindergarten or whatever, she had like a cartoon show, very nice Mr. Rogers-y type of thing, and she would bring out a lunch tray and sit down and eat lunch, and you would eat lunch with her. So my mother got me a tray that I could sit in front of the TV set.
What was where she would look at the mirror and say, I see Kathy and I see Casey and
Bobby and Johnny and Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, who was that?
I don't remember.
Why can I not remember that? And they had these little things called romper stompers.
Was it Romper Room?
Romper Room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Romper Room.
Romper Stompers was also a white supremacist movie.
Yes, that was with
you were in this room with these romper
Australian actor.
Yeah, the Magic Mirror.
Gladiator with
Why can't we remember his
Russell
name?
Crowe?
Russell Crowe.
Thank you.
Romper Stompers.
Anyway,
a lovely little kid show about white supremacists.
The one that was a little left to center when I was a child was the Great Space Coaster. It was the one that it was trying to be something else. It was trying.
Great Space Toaster?
Well, no. It was trying to be Sesame Street meets Sid and Marty. Marty Krofft?
Right.
Okay. It was like
HR Puffin stuff.
It was like somewhere in between that, and then so not a lot of people remember that one, but
I remember the Great Space Coaster. So I would see the shows pop up. Obviously, I was again well past the age that they were targeting at that time.
But you know who? It was the Goodnight Show, Preston, on Sprout. Nina, what's she up to these days?
You guys had a crush on her,
God,
right?
We wanted to have her on the show, and they said no.
They said no way.
It was a local production. They were down at Center City.
No.
Center City Film and Videos where they did it.
Why did they think we would be too salacious?
Yeah, we professed our love for her on air and talked about how hot she was several times.
And it was a little kid show.
Yeah, it was PBS Kids.
I know? I don't know if I ever saw a picture of her.
She's so pretty.
It was a big comfy couch, right?
She had the star that would hang out with her.
Yeah. It was called Good Night Show, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and they did they had the big comfy couch, I think, and
She was annoying.
Lazy Town was a big one as well.
She was annoying?
Oh, if it's the one that used to do the clock
I don't remember.
with her legs and her
She would do
arms?
the clock with her legs.
Anybody can do a clock with their legs is okay in my book. Yeah, this girl's attractive. We're looking at pictures of her right
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, very
She had
attractive.
big. No, who? The other girl used to do the clock, and she would get on a big couch.
I'm going to do the clock right now. Stand back.
With her legs.
Put a tarp down.
If anybody knows
No,
what
she did. What
Kathy's
she used to do
talking
with her
about,
legs.
wait, is it that one? So Big Comfy Couch and Good Night Show were two different things.
Yeah.
The Big Comfy Couch show had the girl kind of
annoying girl.
Yeah, she had a like a clown nose on.
Yeah, and she used to wear striped leggings, and that was the
Is that the clock one?
Yeah, that was the one
That's the
leg of the
clock one.
clock, and then
Right.
her arms were the other leg.
So she would do the clock.
Yeah.
Different gal. With her legs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like up in the air?
Connor, can you
Yeah.
pull up a video? Like
Kathy.
she would lay on the ground.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock, the clock. Yeah.
No.
Akimbo.
Put your legs on the ground, and she was like laying in a circle, and so she would move her legs and her arms to make a certain time.
At 3 and 9 o'clock, the clock would take her from behind. And then at 6 o'clock, she'd be laying on the ground.
We wonder why we don't get these guests
I know what you were thinking.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, this clock.
Oh.
Nice beaver.
Watch that in the Daily Rush later on. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, you know what? I didn't watch that show, so I don't know. Hold on, Marissa is gesturing.
Did you guys watch the Elephant Show?
The Elephant Show,
Sharon,
no.
Lois, and Bram. They were the ones that was skin-a-marinky dinky dink,
Oh, yeah.
skin-a-marinky doo.
That was called Elephant?
I love you.
No.
It was like a Nickelodeon 80s show, I
Yeah,
guess.
my brothers watched that. They were a little bit younger than me, closer to your age, Marissa, and so they watched that. I know that song.
We're seeing the clock here as to what so she would actually lay on her back, by the way, this other actress or this other show, and she was laying on a clock using her legs as the hands of the clock.
Right.
I get it now.
Yeah. She was very flexible.
Yes.
By the way.
Well, Nina in Sprout, she would stretch too. The Sprout stretches.
Look at what she just did with the ping pong ball.
She could shoot that thing. This is children's programming.
What are you watching, son?
Wow. Okay. Well, anyhow, hang on a second. Somebody knows the name of her. I'm going to go to Emily. Hi. Emily, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Emily?
So the name of the clown is Lunette the Clown from Big Comfy Couch.
Lunette the Clown.
Lunette the Clown
Yeah.
from Big Comfy Couch.
Yeah,
Okay.
And they had the Dust Bunnies and the cat Nickel Fritz.
She was a little annoying, right?
Yeah, she was. She was a little.
What was your kid show then, Kathy? What show was part of your formative years?
Oh,
as a-
Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
That was, I actually don't even know if I watched anything else.
Anything else?
Yeah, as a little kid, that was well. The Electric Company was also on. That was kind of the companion to.
That was like
Sesame Street.
Yeah, so that predates. So that is after the fact.
Morgan
for me.
Freeman and Rita Moreno were on that show, and a couple other actors went on to do some things too.
Top-notch people. Did you? Carrie's making mention of a show called Wonderama. Do you remember the show, Preston?
No, Carrie. Good morning.
Hey guys. Yeah, Wonderama I think was only on the weekend.
Yeah, it was on. It was on Sunday mornings, and it was the host was a guy named. There were two hosts, Sonny Fox and Bob McAllister.
Bob McAllister, that's the name. And also that's the Magic Garden with Carol, and they had the flowers. They sat on the swing under the tree.
That's it. So yeah, Wonderama had basically think The Price is Right for kids, and at the end they would have the kids would get these. Like all these prizes for being on the show, and I'm like, oh, these lucky bastards.
Yeah, right.
Bozo used to give away prizes.
Bozo, yes.
He'd give away a Schwinn bike.
That's a Bozo no.
Which is the thing. So, wow. Okay. Well, listen, there's a couple other things I want to get to.
All right.
Sorry about that. Hang on a second. Somebody said my husband worked on the Good Night Show, and Star was a little perverted between takes.
Star was the puppet.
Star was a puppet.
Was
yeah.
hanging out with Nina.
Okay, I could see that.
So Star had a sense of humor too.
So there are a couple of stories I want to get to. I make sure I don't want to miss out on because they have some dates that are sensitive, and technically this is City Beat. And
Is it?
I didn't even mean to do the City Beat, but yeah, one is right.
It's just like yesterday when you didn't mean to do the noticer, but you did it anyway.
It's a lot like that.
The City Beat is light and loose.
Marissa would be very happy to hear that Hop Sing Laundromat in Chinatown, which closed in March of last year, just before the shutdown of bars and restaurants, is going to reopen tomorrow.
Is Hop Sing Laundromat the place? Is that if people come into town, Marissa? Is this the place that you say you must go to?
I mean, it is the best cocktail bar in the city,
All
I
right.
would say. It can be a little intimidating,
Mhm.
I'd say. I would go there with somebody who's been there before. They do have a dress code. And
Well, I'm going to run down the details. It's
Yeah.
written in this
Please,
article
yes.
of how you get in and what happens. So because the seating at the bar has been reduced, parties will be limited to 4 people. Proof of vaccination cards will be required at the door. No photos or copies accepted. But since its opening in May 2012, Hop Sing has adhered to stringent policies as it racked up national attention from outlets such as Esquire and Condé Nast Traveler. So you push the buzzer at an unmarked gate, which is 1029 Race Street. You await a host. It's usually the owner who simply goes by Le.
What do you want?
And dubs the place the world's best North Korean cocktail bar. The host goes over the house rules, which include no photos, no cell phones, no flip-flops, sandals, or shorts. Sneakers were actually banned at the opening, but the sneaker policy was relaxed in 2017. It's cash only, which is apparently rare because the bar, at a bar where drink prices start in the high teens, so you're going to pay like $20 for a cocktail easily to start at.
You got to be packing some heavy cash if you're going to go there. Yeah.
You hand over your ID, right? And they hang on to it, right, Marissa?
What?
Yeah. And then, I'll keep your mic up, by the way. Then you head up a few stairs inside. You sit on a former church pew in the anteroom, whose floor is covered in pennies, by the way. Then there's a short speech outlining the rules of decorum at Hop Sing's windowless, ornate, candlelit room, whose actual bar with no seating is covered in nickels. And during your lecture, your ID is being scanned to be sure that you are not among the 4,857 people that are on the banned list. Meaning that they ban people from the bar regularly. The owner will bounce patrons for a multitude of transgressions, including tipping meagerly, acting unruly, taking photos, like you can't even do selfies in the bathroom, And it's all in the name of respectability, but he seems to be to enjoy banning people and trolling Yelpers on his Facebook feed.
So this is part of creating the myth of the place that makes it enticing. The same way that Studio 54 years ago, where you'd have to pass muster and get past Steve Rubel to get in. This is the same sort of scenario.
So, I mean, I know it's entirely subjective, but like, what makes it the best cocktail bar in the city?
I'll tell you, it is beautiful. It's beautiful inside. It's magnificent. The artwork inside is really cool. He has all these collections of like old prescriptions for alcohol during Prohibition and really cool records and things like that on the wall. Like I said, when you walk in, the entire floor is covered in pennies.
See, I thought when you said that, you were saying that the cocktails were the best. But you're just saying ambiance.
Well, no, she's always told me the cocktails are amazing.
I'm going to get there, Casey.
Okay.
The bar top is covered in nickels. There's, I don't know, thousands of nickels, and one of them is turned over. So if you're lucky enough to even get to stand at the bar, you can look for that. The cocktails are the best cocktails in the city. Hands down. Lee has a great cocktail program. He makes them at a couple other bars around the city. You were saying you have to be like rolling in cash to be there. Two drinks and you're done. Like it's
because of the cocktails.
Yeah, they are strong and they are great. And I've actually done table cocktails, which now is probably not good in COVID time. We talk about table pancakes. You know about table. You guys have accepted that. They have a screwdriver.
We've never accepted that. Just Preston.
I have not.
We acknowledge its existence. We're all right with it.
Kathy,
I'm all right with
I think you had done that before me. No, you're
Her
not
fork
share food.
touching the food, then another fork.
Share food with someone? You out of your minds? How long have we known each other?
What if you look across the table and you see Kathy's eyes closing shut? And have some pancake with you.
Maybe I'm catching whatever you have, Kathy.
I think I'm thinking of something different. So this bar that we're talking about, this is not the karaoke bar?
No.
What is that?
No.
That's another place. Steve and I went to that place a long, long time ago in Chinatown.
That's what I thought. That
was really cool too.
You guys shot a show there, like an NBC 10
we did.
segment.
Yeah, it was very cool.
We were tasting their food and we were checking out the karaoke bar. That was a really cool
what the
joint
hell's
too.
that
And
called?
I've forgotten the name of it.
And that's pretty like.
Well, we're big city.
Right. Well, then what the hell what is Philly Jack's then?
That's where you can go pleasure yourself.
That's a circle jerk.
All right, stop it. Hold on.
I remember the gal at the karaoke bar who owned it was this beautiful gal. I forgot her name.
That was a PR person.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought we hung out with the owner. All right, anyway.
What was the name of it?
Yakitori Boy.
Yeah, that's it.
They have like private rooms to do karaoke in there.
Okay.
But I mean, yes, it's intimidating, and we joke about this, but like, just go to Hop Sing. If you've been there,
just want to try outside. I just want to try these cocktails because you've been raving about those for a long time. I love great atmosphere and everything. That's not necessarily what I'm going for.
Right.
See and be seen. Screw that. I want a good drink. So that's why I would.
And you are a cocktail fan.
I am a cocktail
fan. It might behoove you to do that. Now, we saw a shot, Marissa, where each table appeared to have a lit candelabra. Is that what you find there, or is that just okay? In this picture, there is not.
Yeah, it's mostly candlelight inside.
All right.
It's very dark.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And do you know them, Maris?
Lee is the owner. Yes, I've been getting text messages all throughout COVID from him. I got a birthday message. I usually get a holiday message from
You're
him.
in the know. Then I need to go with you.
Let's go.
Will you take me?
I would love to.
Done deal.
Don't wear
Preston,
sneakers.
when you go, have like a huge 35mm camera around you.
Right, hanging around my neck with one of those old big flash, but like the really big ones.
Stand still. And, the old magnesium flash.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you not hear?
You eject it. That's what I'll wear around my neck.
I can't wait.
All right. One more thing from the City Beat. Definitely has to be brought up this morning. And this one is coming up. A replica of Moe's Tavern from The Simpsons is opening.
Oh, yeah.
At the Springfield Mall in Delaware County. And it starts on Friday.
Okay, so they must be putting that on the first floor where they've had a couple of other pop-ups in the mall. There was one that was like one of those burger pop-ups.
Okay, so this is a pop-up. Yeah, so it starts Friday, runs through September 26th at Moe's Tavern, which is presented by JMC Pop-Ups. Patrons are encouraged to cosplay as their favorite character from The Simpsons. It will feature a menu that has a Simpsons theme, number of dishes that feature chicken and fries, like Homer's chicken tenders, Marge's spicy fried tenders, and Lenny's grilled tenders. Other items
I love that.
Other items include Carl's Loaded Chips, Moe's Magic Mushrooms, which are mushroom stuffed with sausage and 4 cheeses, Level 5 Vegan.
No shake and bake pork chops?
Which is fresh pico de gallo with specialty chips, and Barney's mozzarella sticks. Kids age 7 and under can munch on a hot dog or a grilled cheese sandwich off of the children's menu. Those of you with a sweet tooth, though, Casey, can have the Drunken Donuts Shake, which is a beverage that offers thick vanilla ice cream in a commemorative glass, topped off with 2 large pink frosted donuts, hand-decorated pretzel rods, and a treat in the shape of a Simpsons character.
Now, do they offer the Flaming Moe? Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. I didn't read that here. When you go to Universal,
yeah.
And did you go into Moe's at Universal?
I did not.
So you can get a Flaming Moe there.
Okay.
And you can get Duff and all that.
Is it made with cough syrup like the original?
I don't think they make it with like that.
Weren't the Chili Peppers involved with that episode? It was either the Chili Peppers or Aerosmith. With this Moe's,
it was Aerosmith.
Was it Aerosmith? Okay. Did they serve booze?
They can't.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
So you're going to a tavern.
Wait a minute. No. They have beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Duff. Yeah, every adult ticket includes one of the menu's items above: a beverage, choice of a custom labeled craft soda. Oh, no. Duff Dough beer or custom labeled water. Well, no, it says Duff Dough beer.
What the hell?
I mean, listen,
I saw them drinking beer.
And a commemorative patch and key ring.
It's just, I don't know if maybe they have a roving liquor license. I don't know how that works. I also don't know if beer is the same thing. If you need a license for beer, if you're not selling. Well, no, but if there's no liquor involved, or if beer is liquor, I don't know how all that stuff works.
Aren't there pop-up beer tents?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but like when they have that, I think they have a liquor license.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. I don't know, Marissa.
Oh, no, they do like beer events at the zoo and things like that.
They get a temporary license.
I don't know.
Yes, you can get a temporary, for special events. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you own a brewery, you can use a catering license or like a farmer's market license. It's kind of the same thing. And Evil Genius in Fishtown actually made a beer for this pop-up called Moe's Pale Ale.
That is correct,
You
yes.
should go as Disco Stew, Preston.
And it will be available at the Pop-Up Tavern. So there you go, Case. Yeah.
All right.
The brewery also plans to bring a few more drinks, including its year-round Simpsons drink named Purple Monkey Dishwasher, which is a chocolate peanut butter porter. Joe McCullough, the founder of JMC Pop-Ups, said that he tried to inject as much of The Simpsons as he could into the installation of Moe's Tavern, and that means that fans will find orange and green diamond-shaped windows, a pool table, and a replica neon sign that says "Beer is the answer."
So, are we to assume that they have legal clearance to do this? Because you remember there was that place that had like instead of the Krusty Krab, it was the Rusty Crab or something like that.
Marissa, you want to comment on that?
I saw a story where one of these got shut down recently, so I did a little digging, and it seems like everything is nothing blatantly says Simpsons on it.
Okay. Well, it says here JMC Pop-Ups isn't the first company to do a Simpsons installation. Earlier this summer, according to Culture Map, 2 bars in Texas planned to transform their business into Moe's Tavern, and the Krusty Burger, the top burger joint in the cartoon named for Krusty the Clown. I would assume they have permission, but maybe not.
And
wait.
These are the same guys that did the McDowell's.
We have we have Joe, who is running the Moe's Pop-Up on the line. Joe, good morning.
Morning, Preston. Steve, how you guys doing?
Good, man. So you're behind this whole thing?
We are.
Okay, and are you with the Pop-Up company? I've lost the name here.
Yeah, I'm Joe McCullough from JMC Pop-Up.
Oh, you're all right, you're the JMC. Cool. Excellent, man. So, all right, can you answer that question? Is this sanctioned, or you guys just kind of running with it?
This is not. We're a parody.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We are more heavily focused on the Moe's Tavern aspects of The Simpsons. We have some fun things in there that kind of cross over.
Okay.
All right. So you walk the line, and that's how you get away with it. But so you did the McDowell's as well, did you not?
Yes, we did.
All right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, all this stuff is great. So if I may ask, can you reveal anything else you have in future planning?
There might be a McDowell's in the works.
Another McDowell's. All right.
Are you going to be in where the Gap used to be?
We are not. We actually had our Galaxy Burger there in January.
Yeah.
But we are currently where the old Justice was on the second floor.
Okay.
Huh. So this opens up on Friday?
This does, yeah. I mean, it's a total conversion. You walk up to the outside, you step inside basically the storefront of what used to be Justice. There's the full facade of Moe's. You walk through the doors, and it feels like you're inside Moe's.
Oh,
we got
dude.
The bar, we got
That's
the
pretty
booth,
cool.
We got the love tester machine.
Oh, that's great. How long did it take you guys to get all that stuff together?
We did a complete build-out in a little over 3 weeks.
That's quick. Do you have the big jar of eggs on the bar?
We do have devil eggs on the jar. And, we got a spider fig display. We got the vintage cash register. We got all this stuff to kind of
what about
to life, including a jukebox that doesn't work.
Do you have it in your storage room? Do you have panda bears as Mo kept?
We believe it or not, we've got a ladies' room that is actually converted to Moe's office, and there might be a surprise panda bear.
Oh, that's great.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see an actual Cheers, because if you've ever been to Cheers in Boston, it looks nothing like the TV show.
No, the outside does, but the inside is.
And that's it.
Yeah.
But I would love to be able to walk into a bar.
They had some replicas that were kind of like that.
In airports.
In airports, yeah. I went to one in Detroit airport. I had a long layover there, and there was a Norm and Cliff sort of cut out at the end. And it was meant to look like Cheers. I think it was even licensed for it or whatever. But, I mean, yeah, the one in Boston, I think it's the Bull and Finch, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Joe, do you have any of the characters represented, or any of the bartenders going to be trying to pull off their best Mo impression?
We got a couple characters trying to pull that off. Opening night, we have actually a little bit of live entertainment with some acoustic music with a guy who does some pretty good Moe's impersonation.
All right.
And will you be serving alcohol?
So that's the main reason that made me call into you guys, just to clarify. So, yeah, we do have beer. Evil Genius is actually doing our custom brew for Moe's.
All right, and we assume it's a sort of a Duff riff, right?
It's more of a craft beer.
Okay.
Than a Miller Lite.
Okay. Nice.
Okay. All right.
And I read there's also like a pub crawl thing that you can do with stamps around the stores, right?
So there is. Part of our objective with JMC Pop-Ups is bring people back to the malls.
Yeah.
So basically, we have the one spot that you can go to, you hang out in. Your ticket provides you with food, one drink, whether it's a custom craft Moe's labeled soda or a beer, and you get some swag with each level of ticket. As you go up in ticket, you get more swag.
All right.
But you go do your pub crawl out in the mall, you take photos, or you get a stamp at participating stores on your sheet for the pub crawl. You come back, you get a special limited edition Moe's Pub Crawl 2021 pin for completing your pub crawl.
Nice.
So, we got good beers by Evil Genius. They're excited. They're bringing our craft for Moe's, and they're bringing some of their extra stuff, including Purple Monkey Dishwasher, which is their parody of The Simpsons anyway.
I love it.
All right, sounds good, man. So, and it begins this Friday.
That's Friday.
Very cool.
Goes to the end of the month. Nice.
All right, man.
All right, well, good luck with everything, Joe. Thanks for checking in, man.
All right, everybody. Thanks for talking.
All right, we'll see you later. Joe McCullough.
Yeah, how about
All right,
that?
so yeah, that starts tomorrow, and that could be a fun thing to do. Fun thing for you to get out and try, just to change things up.
Change
a
it
little
up,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and that's all we have time for right now because we have a guest coming up. So the City Beat's done. However, she's got a show in town. It's kind of City Beat-ish. This is Sarah Kalin that we're going to be talking to. And she does this really cool true crime podcast thing. And,
it's great.
Does these live shows. And this one's going to be at the Khyber Pass. So we'll talk true crime because the stories are fascinating. We've had her on many times. We'll get to that when we come back and remind you about MMR's Money Clips. Yeah, we made an announcement. Tell you about that when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks includes cool MMR swag you can wear. Available now in the MMR Rock Shop, like t-shirts, hoodies, and tank tops, with designs from retro MMR logos to the latest from the Preston and Steve Show branded hats and tops for guys and gals, plus coffee mugs and much more.
And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah,
Okay.
during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. You know, we'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
Can't believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people, and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good. It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this, and I don't know, and maybe we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's you got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note, when I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life or their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally move me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually. We road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And
right.
It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
Get the numbers.
Right.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, She's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you. For me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with, just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain. Because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast. So, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? Amy's toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
My Little Ponies.
Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective, so like the Grammys and the awards have dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy. There's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care Bears.
I got My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies, and for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me, and I was traumatized as a kid. I really wanted them.
Thought they were sinful or something.
It's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad right now?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago?
I
2019.
don't think it was that long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great
We
memory.
love having our next guest on. She's actually got a show tomorrow night at the Devil's Den. That's sold out, by the way, but September 22nd, there's another show at the Khyber Pass. Tickets, we'll tell you how to get those in a moment, but she handles true crime stories, and she themes them, which is really cool. And not only is she a true crime aficionado, she's also a special investigator. She actually does work to try and solve cold cases.
Consultations and everything, yeah.
But this show is called Gnarly Carnage, Murder 80s Style. And so, is there music involved or no? Okay, I thought you were getting ready to play some music. We don't need no music.
No!
Please welcome Sarah Kayleen.
Hey,
To the show.
guys.
Hey,
So
Sarah.
there is actually, I'm putting a pre-show and intermission playlist together. So
And
there will
so
be
you
some
should.
of my favorite 80s music.
The 80s is rife with awesome tunes and great one-hit wonders. So you're going to have plenty of songs to choose from. That's cool.
Yep.
So listen, Sarah, with the 1980s, which was kind of my era. I was a teenager and growing up then, so I was quite aware of all the things that were happening. And there were some high-profile murder cases, as is always throughout humanity. But what are some of the ones that you recall and maybe highlighting in the show coming up?
Well, I'm like you. I'm maybe just a smidge younger, but I, was born in the mid 70s, and so I really came up through the 80s. And actually, that was where I first really developed a fascination with crime. Somebody posted on Twitter a few days ago, or tweeted, asking people what's the first news event that they remember. And the two that sprung to mind when I went back and looked at them had happened right on each other's heels. And one was the disappearance and then the ultimate recovery of the grisly murder of Adam Walsh.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
To then become America's
Yes.
Most Wanted. Because I was the same age as Adam at the time, and so it really stuck with me. And then the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. So I've kind of been like, had my interest obviously piqued by crime from an early age. So in the show, we're definitely hitting a couple of the greatest hits of all time. One of the ones that I'm really excited to talk about from a different lens, because anybody who's been to my shows knows that I don't like to just come in and regurgitate something you could find on Wikipedia. I really want to talk about it in terms of how we look at it through our current lens, how we look at it investigatively, psychologically, and even some of the societal implications or the factors that led to it, right? So the one that really jumps to mind that I'm going to spend a lot of time on is what was known as the Preppy Killer.
That's what I was going to ask about. Yep. I remember that.
It was a big story.
And I've forgotten the fate. I remember he got arrested. And, yeah, if you could recount a little bit of that just to refresh the memory.
Well, I kind of feel like saying you should come to the show. But, of course, anybody could Google it between now and then. So, Robert Chambers was his name. He was arrested and charged with Jennifer Levin's murder within 48 hours of it having happened. But the big issue and kind of what we're going to focus on a lot is the victim blaming and this sort of framing the victim as asking for it.
She liked it rough and something like that, right? Yeah.
And that was absolutely. And so as a result, he ultimately it was a mistrial and they pled him down to manslaughter, and he could have been out in 5 years, but he was such a POS even in prison that he ended up having to, and just problematic. He was constantly caught with drugs in prison and causing fights and stuff like that. And he's a huge guy, he's 6'4", like 200 plus. So he ended up doing the full 15 years, but not long after he got out, he got busted again as part of a heroin trafficking ring, and he is in prison.
It's wild because this guy really was. He was the epitome of what they would call a preppy at the time. He was a good-looking guy. I believe he came from money, correct?
Well, that's one of the things we're going to talk about are some of the myths and misconceptions about Robert Chambers,
right?
And the way he was painted. Just to, again, not too many spoilers, but there are lots. So we're going to talk about lots of cases in the show. So he actually wasn't very wealthy. His family, they weren't indigent, but they were what we would kind of in the 80s would classify as sort of working middle class.
All right.
So his dad worked actually in like VHS and cassette distribution. But his mom was a nurse. But his mom was a private nurse to a lot of wealthy families.
I got you.
Kennedys.
Yeah.
So that's how she ended up kind of sliding him in the back door to a lot of these prep schools and stuff.
All right. So he ran with that crowd, but that was the whole deal. Yeah, and that story seemed to go on forever. There were ones, if you talk about obviously everyone's familiar with the trajectory of the O.J. Simpson case and all of that. It just seemed to go on and on forever. Some of them come and go quickly, but some of them just are just capture the public's interest. And like the Ira Einhorn and all of those, all that stuff. Which to you represents the quintessential? Is it the OJ that just absolutely galvanized and caught everyone's attention?
It certainly is one of probably the top 5. And in fact, at the time, it's funny that you would say that it just sort of went on and on because at the time that it happened, I remember I was in college at the University of the Arts. Before I went into law enforcement, I was actually in theater. And I was in school at UArts and working at TLA Video in Center City. And I remember seeing the chase like on TV. I think I was at work or something when the chase happened. And I moved to London for school later that year. And I remember following the progress of the case when I was in London. And then I finished like almost a year of school, moved back to the States, was in a different state when the trial happened and the verdict came.
Yeah, right.
So I sort of feel like, geez, did that, cover like 10 years?
Yeah.
It really, it really did go on. And we're not going to talk about that one because that's a 90s case. But we are going to talk about another case that was sort of treated by the media the same way, which is the murder of Dorothy Hogue Stratton.
I don't remember that. You have to refresh.
So, at the time, she went by the name Dorothy Stratton. She was a Playmate of the Year.
It was Star 90. Star 90 was the movie made with Eric
Star
Roberts.
80.
Star 80, that's right, yeah.
Starting to do work in a lot of like sort of more traditional films. She was really, really an up and coming star, and she was murdered by her husband, and in the same way that it's framed, and the same way that OJ's case is framed, and this is something I talk about a lot because it's one of the areas I focus on in my actual investigative work. We see these cases where they're sort of not celebrated, but they're focused on as very salacious and exciting and also really rare, like 1 in a million, when in fact a lot of these cases are the very tragic but mundane end result of very typical domestic violence. Right. And the more we treat them as these kind of like, wow, this is so wild and crazy, the more people turn away and sort of shut their eyes to the prevalence of domestic violence.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And domestic violence, even if you aren't just working on like trying to help the victims and the survivors of it and prevent that act itself, domestic violence is also the single biggest predictor of mass violence. So when we're starting to see, but for the last 2 decades, where we've been seeing all these, mass shootings and these sort of like spree stabbings and stuff like that, it is no work at all for me inside of a minute to go back into that person's background and find domestic violence
I believe
charges or accusations. And so, if we want to address these mass killings, one of the things we need to do is address the prevalence of domestic violence.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, going back to what
I'm making it.
No.
It's interesting.
Is cool. It's true. I wanted to go back to what Steve had said as far as of a crime story capturing the nation's attention. I assume, even though it predates all of our times, but I would assume the Lindbergh baby kidnapping was probably the biggest one ever. I mean, you're talking about the nation's biggest hero, and something like that happened. Is that ever a case you've looked into?
I've not looked into it a ton. I mean, I've watched some documentaries on it, and actually, the Arden Theater Company, where I used to work, premiered a show called Baby Case, which was actually a musical about the guy.
Okay.
The guy no, it sounds silly, but it's a really fascinating investigation of whether or not he was wrongfully charged, whether or not societal prejudices, led to him being convicted prematurely, stuff like that. So,
wow.
It's a fascinating one. But what I have found, because at my shows, I like to do a lot of digging and focus on these older cases because it is a little easier for the audience to kind of have some fun.
Sure.
We're talking about a case that happened in like the 1800s.
It doesn't feel as ghoulish. It
doesn't feel as ghoulish, and it feels like you kind of there's a permission structure,
right?
And no matter what, in any of my shows, I always preface the show saying that we always punch up. So there are no laughs ever at the expense of a victim.
Right.
There is a lot of laughing at idiot suspects and bad police work.
Okay.
So, so these shows are fun. It's not just me, I promise, lecturing people about domestic violence. But, what I have found in digging out some of these historical cases is how many cases, especially pre-TV, captivated the nation, where they would be followed in the papers for months, and then crowds would gather at the courthouses to watch the verdicts and stuff. And one of the most interesting things I found, which still holds true today, is that if you can go back, the ones where there are photographs, like old photographs and daguerreotype type stuff, you will see then as now, the audience is overwhelmingly female.
No kidding.
That is one of the amazing, so much so that SNL did a parody about the women watching. It's murder porn basically, and But I think there is. I've always been fascinated with it. I've always been fascinated with and it's just because it's so anomalous to anyone who's sane and functions in the world normally, whatever normal is, that you can't help but look at it and say, how, why, what happened? Like you were talking about old stories. The story that I've recently revisited is the Leopold and Loeb, the rich young men who were very brilliant and wanted the thrill of killing people. And so devised that. And that, what was that, the 20s that took place?
Yeah, I think that was late teens or early 20s. And that's another one that you can really go down the rabbit hole of criminal psychology, and that's an example of a case, and I will cover, not that one, obviously, but a similar one in this 80s event of a phenomenon we call folie à deux, which is like the foolishness of two. And it's usually, Columbine was another example of this, where you had one who was the much stronger personality and was really focused on committing this act for pure thrills, and then the other who was really almost incapable of, and that's not to say they're not responsible, they are, but that they couldn't exert pushback on these people, and so they kind of got involved and told themselves that they were enjoying it as well. And
that sounds like the Boston Marathon, the plant of the bombs. Same type of dynamic.
Yeah, the dynamic is really important, and one of the ones that I'm gonna go into in this is a Bundy, but it is not that Bundy. It's Carol Bundy and Doug Clark, who were a couple who were picking up sex workers and even some non-sex workers, just teenagers, on the Sunset Strip in LA, and just committing horrific acts.
Wow.
And ultimately, one of them turned on the other because it really was much more the fascination of one than the other. But I won't spoil all of them.
You know why also the 80s is an interesting period to look at, because it was during the 80s when in general pop culture, the fascination with the slasher films began. And so there was this sort of, it was proving to be entertainment, but a lot of people there were a lot of notable murders going on during that time frame as well. So do you draw any confluence?
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, just saying that the confluence is. I mean, I again, if someone's a lunatic, something's going to push them over. It may not be a slasher movie, but do you draw the confluence there?
We don't. That's a very very complicated answer to what feels like a simple question. No, we don't. Media does not push people over the edge to commit sociopathic acts. Now, you talk about the 80s and the 70s and 80s really is the rise of the slasher film, and into the early 90s, and it's also in criminology terms sort of tongue-in-cheek labeled the golden age of serial killers. And part of that has to do, a lot of people have theorized and posited, and you can read some textbooks on this if you really want to dive in, that some of that came because these guys who were grown into full-fledged psychopathic killers and lust killers in the 70s, 80s, and 90s were children in the 40s and 50s and very early 60s, when the like Pulp Fiction magazines, the true crime magazines, were super popular. And again, it's not to say that the magazines made them do that, but there is this theory that holds that as these young boys were coming of age and coming into puberty, that was the closest thing to porn that they could get.
Wow.
If you go back and look at the images, they're basically porn.
Right.
They were available in every drugstore and every grocery store. And so a lot of boys were learning to identify their sexuality with violence at that time. Now, that in itself doesn't make somebody become a killer.
No, but that at least at some level, it's like what they talk about now with young men who have been raised on seeing little minute and a half Pornhub clips about intimacy, thinking
that's how sex
how
is.
You do it.
Right.
Yeah. And again, that on its own absolutely does not, it doesn't create this in any way. But when you add that as being such a huge part of a time period, and you put it into the stew of somebody who might have a predisposition, who might be hardwired towards sociopathy or psychopathy.
Right.
And then on top of that, any sort of like violence in the home or head trauma, stuff like that, that's when you kind of get this perfect storm.
If you're just tuning in, Sarah Kaling that we're talking to, and she's got a show coming up. It's called Gnarly Carnage, Murder 80s Style, a night of 80s true crime. Show tomorrow night, sold out at Devil's Den, but there's one coming up at the Khyber Pass on September 22nd. Sarah, have you had a chance to see Only Murders in the Building yet with Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez?
Could not love that show more. I watched every episode twice already. I'm completely obsessed with it because I'm also, I work in documentary film and investigative podcasts. I've also been obsessed with documentaries my whole life. And when Martin Short said it's very PBS-y, like a documentary on the history of boredom, I screamed and I was done. Like I've been on it ever since.
For those who don't know, it's a show about true crime fans. And they decide they all listen to this podcast together, and then they decide to kind of start their own. And there's an actual murder that happens in their building. And I'm only 2 episodes in, so I have one more to go. And I figured that would speak directly to you, though.
Mm-hmm. I love it. It's a delightful foray into the genre with, you know what I mean, where you can really kind of enjoy it and not feel like you need to take a shower.
No. The series is well done, and is with the classic thing. The subject matter that it's going after, everyone has secrets. Every participant has something going on. But that again, going back to our general fascination, that goes back. I mean, mystery novels and Sherlock Holmes and procedurals have been a part of our pop culture forever. It's just
forever.
Yeah, it's just something that is forever interesting. It's the same way you sort of sheepishly have to say, with mob movies and the mafia, and which is tied, circuitously or not, maybe a little bit less directly to what you research, but it's the same sort of mindset. What compels someone to be a part of this and to live in that lifestyle?
And I think to some extent, too, there is an element in all humans, but I think particularly for women, because we are the overwhelming proportion of victims of violent crime, there is this, the way I kind of sum it up is the devil that you know. And so kind of, I think a lot of people have this sense that the more they know or try to understand it, the more they are able to protect themselves from it. And that is true or not true to varying degrees depending on the person and their life circumstances. But I think that is what that sort of that evolutionary tick in our brain is just like, I want to understand this so I can keep myself, safe from it.
Sure. Real quick, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but with Only Murders in the Building, the music on that show is very similar to the music that you'll find in actual podcasts about serial murders.
It's the serial, the podcast serial. I swear to God, they just lifted it straight from that. There's also another little Easter egg that I noticed when Selena Gomez's character is, you see her doing these illustrations. And for any listeners of the podcast Criminal, which is just a wonderful podcast, Phoebe Judge has an artist whose name fell out of my brain, and now I feel terrible not crediting them. But on the website for Criminal, each episode has like artwork that has been created just for the episode, and the Only Murders in the Building artwork looks like it's a nod to the Criminal artwork. So I just love it. Definitely the people who made this are deep in the genre. I love it.
No, that's very cool. Very
cool. So when people come to the show, do I understand you're going to have some special themed cocktails to fit the event and everything?
Yeah, the Devil's Den is doing that. They're doing with the tickets, and every venue has their own thing that they're doing. But we'll see. I'll chat with the folks at the Khyber and see if they want to do this as well. But what the Devil's Den is doing is flights of very sort of traditional 80s drinks. So it's like Sex on the Beach and Tequila Sunrise,
kamikazes.
Exactly. These
right.
These cocktails that were so popular, these very sugary cocktails in the 80s. And it's different everywhere. And I've got shows booked all over the country right now, which is kind of wild to me. So it's probably, it's going to be different in each place. And a lot of shows I do are at breweries. So obviously they're going to do stuff, with their own drinks. But I always tell the venues, you can put blood orange in any drink.
You'll be fine.
A specialty cocktail.
Yeah, as long as you have that. Well, you're talking about having shows all over the country and the popularity of what you're doing. I mean, you turn around, and if you just look at the general menu of shows available on Netflix or Hulu, there's a whole bunch of true crime, a whole bunch of stuff like literally in your wheelhouse. Are you working on anything? Have you been approached to do anything like this? Because I can't think of a better candidate to helm something like this.
You are very kind. Thank you for asking. Actually, I've done a lot. I'm deep in process with a couple of projects right now. A lot of people who follow me on social know I have been working for the last 2.5 years on a cold case in Mobile, Alabama, and I'm working with a phenomenal production company called Arc Media. They were the ones that did Who Killed Malcolm X on Netflix. I'm working with them on both a podcast and television documentary series about that case and the investigation and again, the sort of societal factors that led to that case being cold for nearly 30 years. I'm working with another production company. I don't know how much I have to be careful.
I'll go for it.
Negotiations are in talks with for a television series with a well-known network on a serial killer. That's all I can say.
Okay.
And then there is a podcast. We're in like final negotiation stages right now about the history of the family of a well-known actor who may or may not be killing people.
Oh, wow. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, Sarah, we wanted to ask you about, there's a current story. I've been reporting it in our Bizarre Files segment for a while now in South Carolina. I don't know if you've seen this, but this prominent legal family where the mother and son were killed a few months ago, and then the husband shows up. He's changing his tire on the side of the road. He gets shot in the head, and this family has had like their hands in the legal processes in this county in South Carolina for generations.
They own the law, basically.
Yeah, and there's some really funky things going on there. You haven't seen that yet?
I haven't, but I'm intrigued. I'm
Yeah, it's very interesting. And the son who was killed was going to go to trial for the murder of another gal in a boating accident. So there's all kinds of really weird interesting things that you might like in that.
Yeah, I love rabbit hole cases where
Yeah.
you go, oh my God,
Yes.
this, and then you're in it for another 4 hours online. So yeah.
All right, we'll take a look at that one. And in the meantime, we'll tell people again about the show coming up on September 22nd at the Khyber Pass. It's 7 p.m. If you would like to go to tickets to Gnarly Carnage, Murder 80s Style, you can go to, what's the best place way to get tickets?
I think the best place right now is Eventbrite, because you can just search me on Eventbrite, which again, that's so wild for me to even say. A couple of the places have already put links up. I have shows coming up in Baltimore. I've got a couple in Atlanta. I've got a couple more in Mobile, Alabama. I'm in talks with some spots in Boston. And I actually just literally this morning launched a brand new website, which I have to shout out. Aaron, I'm going to look at his name, Pruzniak. I've been friends with this guy for years, and I just can't say it.
Just learned his last name.
Yeah. So, no, because I just call him Aaron Prue. That's what everybody calls him. But at any rate, the fabulous Aaron Prue has spent the last few weeks racing to put together just a really fantastic website to be ready so we could talk about it today. And on there, it'll have a calendar. We'll have ticket links to all of the upcoming shows. It'll have contact pages. So if a venue wants to have a true crime event at their space, you can reach out to me on there. Or if you are a person or a police agency in need of some consultation on a cold case, you can reach out to me there too. So that is KalenInvestigations.com.
I'm on it right now.
We'll make it easy. We'll make it easy for our listeners, and we'll put a link on PrestonandSteve.com
and everything. So that is out in the world. Thank you, Aaron Prue. And folks can find all of the the dates and ticket links to upcoming shows on there.
Awesome. All right, Sarah, enjoy your time of the show. Thanks for coming on again. I'm sure we'll talk sometime down the road.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Excellent. You too. All right, Sarah Kalen. She knows her true crime, and 80s style is what she's going with.
That's
this
a great period.
Yeah. We're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment, and Bizarre File Stories will be next in a little bit. We also have another announcement this morning, which might have some ticket giveaways with it, too. We'll see. We'll be back in a moment.
Of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MM barbecue one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you were performing, when you said getting back to the concert dynamic. What's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. You know, you're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice. It was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie,
powerful.
I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're not
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material.
They had.
And that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know, I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that
you're just reminding people of a version they like better, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. You got far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning, is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times. the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now. And then turn a negative into a positive. But
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon. For a limited time, Horizon Services lets you name your price on Horizon's full 21-point tune-up. Don't wait. Name your price ends on September 10th. You can visit horizonservices.com. A former NASA engineer has spent a year building the world's tallest slime volcano.
And it's awesome.
That sent a tower of green goo exploding 250 feet into the sky. It's massive.
It's unbelievable. Once you think it's done, you're wrong. There's still more to come.
Mark Rober spent 12 months designing the volcano after breaking the world record in an attempt last year, which saw red goo soar at 60 feet. This one, 250. He has smashed that record using what he called a bomb-proof 5-ton steel volcano, which he spent a year designing. Footage shows the YouTuber watching as the bright green plume of elephant toothpaste, they call it, shoots 250 feet into the air during a surprise for a young blood cancer sufferer named Brody. The stunt is part of a chemical reaction with hydrogen peroxide, soap dish, and yeast in warm water. Video shows Rober and Brody watching as the green plume erupts into the air from the steel structure. The volcano, which was 20% bigger than the previous year's attempt, was made from 5 tons of steel all fused together. In the footage, Rober explains that he designed the structure to sit on a plinth of concrete attached with 33 quarter-inch bolts with a total clamping force of 80 tons. Rober placed 4 troughs inside the volcano chamber, each filled with the catalyst, which is then dumped into the solution into the green-tinted hydrogen peroxide pool below. He and Brody can be seen watching from behind a transparent shelter as the green elephant toothpaste shoots 250 feet above the volcano. The substance appears to separate in the air before landing on and around the base of the volcano to jubilant cries as the local mayor and the fire service watch on when it happened. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, and they had to obviously secure the container to make it that focused so it would shoot up that high.
Yep, and Brody didn't know that the fellow cancer patient, but heard his quad bike was stolen and chose to replace it. Rober can be heard telling the viewers in the video. He managed to surprise Brody, by the way, who believed that he had flown out for a day of medical tests and meetings with specialists. This was like a...
That's awesome.
He had done Make-A-Wish before, and the guy had heard about him, and he got this set up for him to watch. It's so cool, man. So I thought that's a great story. Wow. All right, this one is out of Sandwich, Massachusetts. A sandwich man faces driving under the influence charges after police say he dragged a 19-foot boat behind his vehicle.
I'm Sandwich Man.
With no trailer.
No trailer?
Just drug the boat?
Yep. At about 1:30 a.m. Saturday.
How?
Sandwich police said an officer was nearly struck head-on by a vehicle pulling a boat trailer on the service road, but the boat had fallen off the trailer
and was just on
was being dragged in the opposite lane of traffic.
Oh, my God.
After avoiding a collision, the officer was able to stop the driver. John Ferguson was arrested and charged with operating under the influence, negligent operation, and marked lanes violations as well.
Wow.
Well, like something out of a horror movie, a mass of pizza dough has started to grow in a dumpster that it was discarded in. The dough was tossed by a Domino's Pizza employee while preparing for Hurricane Ida. And now, one resident has documented the dough's growth. What was only a blob when it was first pitched into the Covington Pizzeria's dumpster has now risen and spilled out onto the concrete. It's bubbling out of this.
It is sort of sci-fi looking.
It's like the blob.
Yeah.
The dough monster continued to grow in its metal cage as temperatures rose into the 90s throughout the weekend. One resident, Nicole Amstutz, had documented the blob's growth since Wednesday via her social media account, where she describes herself as a snaction reporter. Armstutz's Facebook posts have received massive amounts of attention, but it's gotten big and bubbled up out. It filled up this entire dumpster.
You don't normally think about those things, but of course that's what would happen.
Steve, side note, have you done anything with the mother from
Yes, I'm feeding it.
Okay.
So I'm feeding it.
Still alive.
Yes, and I cannot describe how nervous I am to try to make a sourdough. I thought I was going to do it, but I'm keeping it alive. It's doing quite well.
The mother yeast that was sent to Steve from Tom Papa.
Yeah,
so.
but I'm terrified to make a crappy sourdough bread and have to present that to Tom Papa.
The Iowa State Patrol says a motorcyclist was killed in the northeastern corner of Iowa when he was hit by a kayak that had fallen from a trailer. The crash happened Sunday morning on a county road. Investigators say
people can't keep their boats on trailers.
75-year-old John Thean was northbound on the road just before 11 a.m. and was approaching a southbound pickup truck pulling a trailer loaded with kayaks. One of the kayaks fell from the trailer, and it hit his motorcycle, and it caused a crash, and it killed him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so the patrol continues to investigate the fatal crash. Then we'll do one more story, and, I'm going to end on a messed up one here. An Oklahoma man is behind bars accused of shooting his own mother. Police report that the details of what happened earlier, they reported the details of what happened Wednesday. 50-year-old Glenn Gregg is being charged with shooting with intent to kill. He told a 911 dispatcher, "I tried to kill my mother," as his 78-year-old mother shrieked in the background, and she screamed. He said, "I shot her in the head and the stomach, and she's walking around with blood all over her."
How the hell did you do that?
In fact, in agony, the mother could be heard demanding answers from her son. "Why would you do such a thing? Why did you do this? Why?"
Mom's tough, man.
Officers arrived. And by the way, she survived. So
oh my God.
He shot her in the head and stomach. Officers arrived to find the mother covered in blood, naked, and was sitting in a chair in the living room.
Go cut me a switch.
Gregg told officers that he drank a big bottle of whiskey throughout the day. When they asked him why he shot his mother, he said, "I was trying to put her out of her misery."
Had she determined she was in misery?
And he also said she's going insane. And he told officers his dad was in the hospital, and his mother thinks that his dad can get back home from the hospital, but he didn't have any way of getting his father back into the house. When asked what the mother was doing to make him think that she was insane, he said she doesn't understand that he's unable to bring his father home. Okay. Greg said he just snapped and shot his mother while she slept in bed before calling 911 himself.
I love her so much, I'm going to have to shoot her.
The mother's in the hospital. She's in stable condition. They're still confirming exactly how many times she was shot and where on her body she was hit.
Wow. 78.
Yeah.
And survives.
Yep. All right. And that is what I have.
It's amazing.
The bizarre file. It is. Are we ready for an announcement?
Yeah.
I'm ready to give it to you. Sounds like a broken record, but this show, Friday, October 8th, will be at the Academy of Music, and it stars none other than John Mulaney. The 14th show added to his run in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yeah.
14 shows.
Tickets go on sale today at noon. All 13 of his other shows, the Academy of Music, are sold out. That's incredible.
Yes.
Are people buying multiple tickets? It's crazy.
I don't doubt it, but he's absolutely one of the best working now.
Yep.
So I think that's the attraction.
You can click concerts at WMMR.com for more information, or you can be caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. We will get you those tickets before they go on sale. So once again, it's the 14th show, John Mulaney, October 8th, 9:30 p.m. at the Academy of Music. Tickets go on sale today at noon. So we'll take the 14th caller. We'll give you tickets to that show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Lesson question, trash and music news coming up next.
I have to ask you,
on 93.3
there's so
WMMR.
much that initially I was unaware after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. It was, to me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg. And just you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think it's, look, as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, you know, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, you know, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, you know, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is you know, when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from, you know, you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about
I
DC.
do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. You know, he's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay.
Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting, you know, their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kirstie Clemens, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And, and what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version, it was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and he's is that correct?
A family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and is just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain, and I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%. you know.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, he is.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, you know, Ray's a buddy, and you know, I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about you know, honoring the character as best I could. And I just, anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, you know, that's you know, for me, the ultimate you know, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. Cool. And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today, because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, you know, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, he you know, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, we're doing the movie, we're going to finish it. And he was like, what? And I said, do you have any music like left over? And he goes, you know what, I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over. And so he just, you know, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So like if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
you know, they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
So there's like this little tiny adapter that goes on the computer, and so now because it's gone, I can't plug my charger in, so I can't charge my computer.
Well, wait a second. Do you want?
I can borrow mine. It'll fit, Kathy. Just shove it in real hard.
I've learned to not
lick the end of it.
Yeah, spit on it real quick, and then shove it in.
There we go.
Oh, it does fit.
I told you it'll fit.
Is it like this?
No, Nick's works.
This is a USB-C.
Mine's the right size for Kathy.
Why does yours work and not mine? We have the same computer.
He's more committed.
Yeah. Do a little bit of work ahead of time.
Yours doesn't look like his.
Right.
By the way, I've learned to not buy knockoff electronics because we had it was a couple generations Xbox a while back, and the charger, the plug that you plug in, it's got that big brick on it, you know, and it's a power converter. But anyhow, so I'm like, those things are god-awful expensive. So I'm like, we'll get this other brand or used or whatever it was, and it'll work fine. It worked fine, but when you plug it in, it goes... and you just have to deal with that while you're playing games.
So I do tons of tech research. I know my stuff.
Yeah.
But and this was Apple approved. But you're right. Just go. What you do is drop your trousers.
Exactly.
Turn
Grab your
around.
ankles.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do because they got you over a barrel, man. All right.
I'm a good deal.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, it's okay.
Fargan ice holes.
We're going to do today's lesson question. And the question we're going to go with concerns Kathy Romano. We're going to give away Zack Snyder's Justice League on 4K Ultra HD. You made the same sound yesterday.
You know what? I actually got an advanced copy, and it looks glorious.
The question that we have for you is Dr. Mike is going to have to check which of Kathy's body parts to see if she has cancer there. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. All right, Dr. Mike's going to have to check which of Kathy's body parts to see if she has cancer there. 215-263-WMMR is the number.
By the way, when I got in the car to go to the doctor yesterday, I put you guys on, and you were going right to commercial, and the only thing I heard was Sizzling Dion. And I don't even know what it was in reference to, but I was like, that sounds pretty funny.
Hey, we're almost decent.
Yeah. Can I mention something I overheard from you, Kathy, just a little while ago? I'd see you answer your phone. I'd just hear you go, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, is that how she answers the phone?
So if you want to try to figure out why she and Dr. Mike have the robust conversations that they have, they're both incredibly high-strung.
That was her hello.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Well, because I get a text message that says, "Can I take medicine?" from Jace. I'm like, what are you talking?
All
What?
right.
Let's know.
That merits a what's wrong. All right. Call now. Let's see if you know the answer. We're going to do the trash fire call now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. You can order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, rapper Lil Uzi Vert says that large pink diamond he had implanted in his forehead got ripped out by fans while he was crowd surfing. The incident apparently panicked Vert into immediately having his diamond-studded Prince Albert removed.
Oh my God.
Dwayne Dog Chapman is a husband again after marrying Francie Frayne Thursday night at a Colorado Springs estate. Chapman wrote his own vows, thanking Frayne for making him a better man, then proved it by dropping just 18 racist and homophobic slurs.
Oh my God.
And finally, Britney Spears' boyfriend of 4 years, Sam Ashgari, was seen shopping for rings at Cartier in Beverly Hills, raising engagement rumors. The saleswoman who waited on Ashgari would not say if the ring was for Britney, but did reveal that Ashgari insisted that it be resistant to drool. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to see if we can get a winner here. We're looking for the answer to this question. Dr. Mike is going to have to check which part of Kathy's body for cancer, and I will go to Mike P., our first caller. And hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Preston.
All right, Mike, what part of Kathy's body is Dr. Mike going to have to check?
Her testicles?
Yeah, her testicles, yes.
That's right.
Yeah, hang on, Mike. We're going to set you up with Zack Snyder's Justice League on 4K Ultra HD and the visionary director's cut, Batman and Wonder Woman, united team of metahuman to save the planet. You can own it now on 4K Ultra HD and Blu-ray.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, my balls.
All right. Brought to you this morning by the Pennsylvania Lottery. Tonight's Powerball jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $388 million. $388 million. Buy at a retailer online. Retailer online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians. Every day, players must be 18 or older, and please play responsibly.
Yes, I'd like to order some Pennsylvanians, please. Any size will do.
Radiohead are teasing fans on social media with the possibility of a joint 20th anniversary reissue of their 2000s albums, Kid A and Amnesiac. The 30-second clip shows a pair of hands trying to tape together CD copies of the two projects. Kid A and Amnesiac were released 7 months apart in 2000-2001, respectively. Radiohead guitarist Ed O'Brien told NME last year that the band might be celebrating the two albums, saying, "Due to the nature of it, I can't fully reveal anything, but there have been talks about ways of doing something. Everything gets thrown up in the air with coronavirus, so a lot of ideas are being mooted," he says. Alice in Chains guitarist vocalist Jerry Cantrell, Soundgarden guitarist Kim Thale, and original Pearl Jam drummer Dave Cruzin are going to take part in the Sounds of Seattle Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp, which is taking place February 17th through the 20th of next year in Los Angeles.
Is that one of those deals where fans can go and hang out and get lessons and stuff like that?
Correct. Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp was created 25 years ago to provide real people the once-in-a-lifetime experience of connecting and jamming with their musical heroes.
Would you do something like that if there was a drummer camp with all the people that you admire?
There was a time when absolutely, I definitely would have done something like this. Now it wouldn't, I don't know if it'd kind of be a waste of money. I mean, I'm not trying to be a working musician or anything like that.
Do you know what people do? Like, for example, our friend Jim Antez, I think, went to a baseball fantasy camp.
Yeah.
Those are very popular.
Absolutely. Thale said in a statement, the past few years have been unusually difficult and at times truly bizarre for the nation and world in general. And for the music industry and rock bands in particular, I am super excited about the opportunity to connect and re-engage with fellow musicians and fans at the Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp. Bring your favorite acts and let's jam at Rock Camp. In addition, Stephen Perkins, he's in that documentary, Steve, Count Me In, that we were talking about. He's from Jane's Addiction. He'll be there.
He was actually, he was really good.
Yeah.
I was aware of him, but he is featured prominently, and Preston, he appears to be a damn good drummer.
Yeah, and he has a lot of fun. He has a great appreciation for drummers, music, all of it, and having a good time playing music. Mike Kroger will also be there, Monty Pittman, Adam Curry, Joel Hoekstra, Peter Klett, Ava Gardner,
Clem Pufferman,
Tommy Black, Britt Lightning. They will all take part in the event. Former Metallica bassist Jason Newsted revealed why he was always seen on stage wearing the band's T-shirts. He said, "I believed in myself and I believed in my band. I would do whatever I could."
Did he believe in peanut butter?
What was within my power? Why?
You remember that old commercial, don't you?
No, I don't remember.
If you believe in peanut butter.
I don't remember that. Was it for a peanut butter brand?
It's actually for birth control. It was for peanut butter. Yeah.
Okay. He said, "What was within my power to promote and forward our success?" You know what I do remember though?
What?
Sizzling.
Yeah. Sizzling Dion. That great concert in Montreal.
So he goes on to say, "I would sacrifice myself in any manner asked. There were no limits. I would do whatever it took, what I could possibly do in my limited knowledge and experience to play my role to the best of my ability to make us successful." He went on to say, "Flying the colors made me, as Jason Isbell says, black metal T-shirt my shield." And it was. And it always was. And it was the name of my effing band across the front. And guess what? There is no bigger one. So I pridefully wear this. I fly my colors more pridefully than any Hell's Angel or whatever through all of time. He went on to say, and one little side note that goes along with doing what I can for the cause. If you go back and you talk to the guy after the show that comes to Lars about the dough, he says, "Hey, by the way, Jay, you know the Executioner shirt that you've been wearing the last 3 days? Well, it outsold everything else by 40%. So take that with you, okay?" And everybody gets that money. Manager, crew guy, band guy, everybody shares that money. So there you go, bro, is what he said. So that's why he would.
For marketing.
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands. For peanuts.
And magic.
If you believe in peanut butter, you gotta believe.
Come on, be a believer.
In Peter Pan.
Peter Pan.
There you go.
I did not know. Oh, say the clap your hands.
Yes.
That's from the Peter Pan story.
Right.
Clapping helps save them.
Right.
Marissa's amazing. She just grabbed that.
Thank you for verifying my childhood memories and my love of peanut butter.
Totally an inferior peanut butter product.
It is.
Shut your hole.
No, Peter Pan sucks.
Your hole. It's better than freaking Jif.
No, it's not. Jif is the best.
Which one was Chunky? Which one was Chunky?
Peter Pan had Chunky.
They all have Chunky.
Yeah, Jif has Chunky.
Peter Pan.
No.
Yes.
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your goddamn hands.
All right, can we all agree that Skippy sucked?
No, Skippy was good.
Are you kidding me?
Skippy was good. It was very creamy, right? Skippy was the creamiest.
Creamy.
Jif was the best.
Yeah, it was. I'm with Casey.
I didn't even think.
Which one did Annette Funicello push?
Although I've been.
She was Skippy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she used to cream. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Good God.
Lately, I've been going with the Acme store brand organic chunky peanut butter. That is the best.
What the hell happened to you?
Well, so I do
Look at him.
peanut
He's
butter.
disappointed in me.
He's all skinny now.
Peanut butter and honey sandwiches.
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter. Peanut butter and honey sandwiches are only good with chunky peanut butter. It's a proven fact. And I was trying to go organic because.
All right, if I may,
trying to go
here's a litmus test. What peanut butter would you be most inclined to put on a like a rice cake?
Rice cake?
Mm-hmm.
Jif.
Okay.
Jif creamy.
Crap on a rice cake.
I like peanut butter on a rice cake.
Oh.
You know where peanut butter fails massively is where you
as an adhesive.
Yeah, well, probably, but
no, it's not that bad.
If you put a bagel in a toaster and then you try to butter a bagel with peanut butter,
no,
just right through the hole.
I
Peanut butter on a bagel.
Peanut butter,
yes,
trying to make like a
English
toasted
muffin.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
English muffin.
No, that's why I'm saying it's inferior because all the peanut butter just siphons down.
Well, if you want the correct answers, Preston is right on the English muffin, and then but Nick is right too about being bold with a bagel.
You're the governing body?
Yeah, I didn't want to boast about this, but there is a document in Sweden.
Hey, by the way, so listen. To be honest, all three of them are good. I grew up eating Peter Pan peanut butter. You know what we should have? We should do a blind taste test.
We should. Do you know what?
Do that tomorrow?
Yeah, bring it on in.
Yeah,
bring it, bitch.
See if we can actually tell the difference between Peter Pan, Jif, and Skippy. Or you rank the one you like best. And you may be surprised. It might be like the Pepsi Coke challenge.
Have you ever had it made have it made at the like the Whole Foods or whatever where they grind it up?
At the machine, I never have done that.
So, what you find out is that if you do it that way, the peanut butter is like 250,000 calories. Because there's no de-oiling. Yeah.
But during the taste test, you have to promise that whenever you're guessing Skippy, you have to say "damn" first, and then you say "damn Skippy."
Damn Skippy.
That's good.
Yeah,
Anyhow.
Thank you so much.
What's
wrong with you?
Let's try and do the
woman is hurting.
The blind taste test tomorrow.
Wait,
and Kathy will legitimately be blind. She won't be able to see her eyes or her shoulders.
Wouldn't it be wild if she eats the peanut butter and that cures everything?
Right.
Oh my God.
No, I actually think peanut butter is. I probably shouldn't have peanut butter. It does not make me feel good, but I do love it.
No, then don't have it tomorrow.
I want to play.
Yeah.
No, I want to see her break out.
Is that what we're doing for show and tell tomorrow?
We're supposed to do show and tell tomorrow, but
I need more prep time.
Maybe we can all show and tell different types of peanut butter.
I don't know what I'm going to.
How about we finish music news?
What? Right.
And then we'll
This
figure all this out. You're not here to tell the type. All right. Finally.
Like a technology that's been gone for 50 years.
KYW doesn't even use it anymore.
They don't use and you know what?
Remember they used to have that?
Yeah. I always loved it. To me,
I hated it.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated it. Anyway.
Peanut butter.
Just released. It's Bob Marley and the Wailers, the Capitol Session 73. The closed-door in-studio performance was filmed and recorded October 1973.
The Peter Pan Sessions.
At the Capitol Records Tower in Los Angeles by legendary producer Denny Cordell.
Wow.
And the set is available as CD-DVD package and standalone CD and a bunch of different formats, including vinyl. The press release said, filmed 10 years after their formation, Bob Marley and the Wailers already had several established hits through the ska and rocksteady eras, gaining recognition stateside, including a few shows with Bruce Springsteen at Max's Kansas City in New York City. They then went on to tour with Sly and the Family Stone before they had been unceremoniously dumped from the tour. This led the band, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Joe Higgs, Aston Barrett, Carlton Barrett, and Earl Lindo making their way to Hollywood to do this session. I'd be very interested in seeing and hearing this.
Just a quick question. Did you say that Max's Kansas City is in New York City?
Yeah. So I think that's the name of the of the place. Yeah, I've heard of it.
They go there in Almost Famous.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. I
think I'm right.
Kind of believe you.
They have a flight of peanut butter.
And that is what I have in music news for you. All right. A reminder, we made an announcement on MMR's Money Clips. It starts on Monday, $500, 7 times a day, your chance to win. So that's Monday through Friday.
It blows my mind.
8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 noon, 2, 4, 6, and 8 p.m. And you can go to WMMR.com to get the details on what you need to know. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back ready to wrap up the program. Oh, and Kathy, we need a secret text word caller, please.
38.
Wow. All right. Caller 38. There you go, Connor. 215-263-WMMR. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked. Green Day.
In fact, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing? And he was like, absolutely. And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries. But it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories. Before it's too late.
Go, Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it. But I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But, we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes. And it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys. And it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's
I just want to go
a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max, do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, they like to advertise.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm radio.
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I would say ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God! My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in,
leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so
right. Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bringing awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If you'd like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks,
Our
guys, for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding. Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with the story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry,
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're going to name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did, bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure go to the show as well. And I've been told these are the best seats in the house.
That's what they're saying.
So we'll take care of you, my friend. Congratulations, and enjoy the show. I would like to thank our guest, Sarah Kayleen, for being on. Kayleen Investigations. 2 shows in Philadelphia, September 8th and 15th. The 8th is sold out. The 15th you can go to. Details at WMMR.com. But it's a true crime show. It's an 80s theme one this time around, and there's some fun, there's some comedy, there's some serious stuff, there's cocktails, there's food and stuff like that. And if true crime is your thing, you will want to go. She's really cool. She knows her stuff.
She absolutely knows her stuff.
Yep. So it was nice to have her on this morning. And a reminder, we announced that a 14th show with John Mulaney is coming to town. It will be October 8th, a Friday at the Academy of Music 9:30 show. Tickets go on sale today at 12 noon. And we also announced the return of MMR's Money Clips contest, and that starts on Monday.
I wonder outside. So with Mulaney's 14 show run, outside of a what they call a residency, what was the longest run of a performer?
I was thinking
selling out shows.
A comedian?
Well, I was thinking about, remember when Billy Joel would do it at the Garden for a long stretch?
Right, but that was...
He did like a month.
Yeah.
It was a residency, though.
That was a residency?
Yeah. That was considered a residency, but it wasn't just a month. I think it went on for... He did several dates over the course of a year.
Wow. Yeah. So what the run that prompted the addition of shows to meet... the demand of the audience. I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, it's a great question. It's a trivia question because I don't know the answer. But sometimes that show business phrase by popular demand is absolutely bogus because there is no. I mean, it's just nonsense.
What do the people gather outside?
Saying, by popular demand, let's put on another show. We could make some more dough. But sometimes there is a genuine explosion of interest. And one of those that really was spontaneous was the Hooters at the Tower Theater. They hold the record for consecutive nights in a row at the Tower Theater, which was 6 or 7 nights in a row in 85 or 86.
Wow.
They put on a show, sold out. Put on the next one, sold out. Put on the next one, sold out. And David Bowie only has 4. Bruce Springsteen only has 4. The Hooters have 6, possibly 7.
It's amazing.
That can happen.
Bruce did a stretch in South Philly maybe 15, 16 years ago, and it was several at the Wells Fargo Center, but the Spectrum was still there, too. And so that was like 8 or 9, and they were all sold out, too. And,
Really?
Yeah, because I bought tickets for my parents to go see him at the Spectrum, and my dad said it was one of the greatest concerts he's ever seen. So, there are certain artists who can do it, but they probably have to do it in a city that's friendly to them.
Right.
Philly would be an example of that.
Right. Yeah. There are some. So there you go.
Interesting. How you doing, man?
Good day. Well, you just played Our House, which is so cool and synchronicitous. I love that word, and it's those little connections. And I'm walking right past one of our latest additions to our art on the wall. But Graham Nash, who wrote that song, sells his lyrics online to some of his great songs, Our House, Teach Your Children, things like that. And you can get them at his shows and stuff. And I got one online, and they're limited edition. This is 500. This number is 219 out of 500. But it is the lyrics of Our House with this cool little drawing of a house with 2 cats in the yard. But and it's signed. But I sent it up to him where he lives in New York, and he's custom signed it for MMR.
Oh, that's great.
Personalize it to say WMMR. That's great.
So he goes on the top part to MMR, the radio station, and a line, and underneath that just a G for Graham. And then underneath the Graham Nash, he goes, to my friends, not just a house, but also a home of rock and roll.
Wow.
And this hangs right in front of the entrance to Studio 4F.
That's great.
And this is kind of subtle. A lot of people haven't noticed it yet, but we just got that in the last month or so.
That's excellent,
That's
man.
pretty cool.
I love that.
Our great framer, by the way, who needs great credit, Original Images, Gail Fogel, framed this and did a beautiful, beautiful job on it. Original Images is out there if you need good framing.
I got to go across the hall and peruse the new editions. I may do that today.
There's some new ones. There's about maybe 10 new ones and a lot of older ones, but we haven't had space for them, and now we have an abundance of space.
I love it. We'll have to do a video tour sometime in the near future.
I want to do that.
Like a night in the museum.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Yeah. All right. You know what I want to do? The letter of the day. You good to go?
I want to do that.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
T as in Tom Tomorrow.
All right, and Tom Tomorrow may have a chance to win Metallica, the Black Album, remastered deluxe box set, and a collector's edition Metallica. Wherever I May Roam Varsity Jacket. Metallica marks the 30th anniversary of its self-titled fifth album, a.k.a. the Black Album, with 2 landmark releases, both out September 10th on the band's own Blackened Records. Metallica.com to pre-order now, and it comes with a whole bunch of different versions, CDs, DVDs, laminates, and guitar pick, lyric folder, blah, 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 a whole bunch of stuff. So you could win that on Friday. So we'll do the letters tomorrow and then Friday, and we'll give that away. What's up on the show today, my man?
By the way, speaking of our, I don't know what that room is now called, the green room or the room outside of Studio 4F, because you have the Preston Steve Acme Lounge.
I guess it's the Jock Lounge.
Jock Lounge, okay. Yeah. So in that room is a ton of signed stuff. And when we do our video tour, you'll see everything from something as vintage as a song from 1969, Our House, to Metallica signed posters to MMR, to the Struts, to the Foo Fighters, to AC/DC. Linkin Park has a beautiful signed picture to MMR.
It's amazing.
Rancid signed a guitar, Red Hot Chili Peppers. So we got a lot of history here. Nice. But that room's got a lot of special stuff, and we will have that online for you soon. In terms of the A to Z, much the same thing. Older stuff, newer stuff. By the way, yesterday, I must comment, you guys started the M's at about maybe 10 o'clock, 10:15-ish. You had Machine Head was your first M. And then your second one was Madison Blues by George Thorogood. So sometimes people wonder how long this goes. I had M's through my whole show. Jackson had M's. I was at the gymnasium listening to Jackie, and the M's wrapped up with My Sharona from The Knack, My Way from blanking Frank Sinatra. And Mystery Achievement was the last one from The Pretenders.
What a run.
About 10:15 last night.
Wow.
So that's almost 12 hours, because you guys started the M's alone at about 10:15 a.m. and it wrapped up about 10:15 p.m. last night. So that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you're in the O's and the hours. So you did Our House. I've got another Our House. I've got some outs, a fair number of outs, a few overs, and then some P's to get to.
Excellent.
Speaking
my
of which,
favorite
I gotta
letter.
Go to the bathroom so bad.
Casey's got to go to the bathroom.
Let's talk for a few more minutes. So I'm dreaming of waterfalls. Waterfalls and the gushing sound of water over streams.
Water over streams.
I don't know.
I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also by Sequoia Outback and their end of